Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. I see the pro-black perspective is in the chat saying peace. Peace to the pro-black perspective as well. Just wanted to jump on before we officially start the show. Let you guys know what is in store for you tonight, right? Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze episode. Tonight we're going to be discussing quite a few things, and I think you guys are going to enjoy the topics that we have tonight. We're going to be talking about Skip Gates. Remember, I spoke about Skip Gates in the paper I read on Tuesday. We're going to talk about Skip Gates tonight. We're going to answer the question, what is an intellectual mercenary? Some of you are still shocked at BLM. We're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to discuss a tweet that a Foundational Black American put up on Twitter, of course. We're going to talk about black people's spirituality versus their hair, I guess. We're gonna answer the question, how to brainwash a nation. We're going to check out a letter to the Black Aboriginals in America. We're going to answer the question, what would Malcolm X say about American nativism? We're going to discuss what is black redneck culture. Someone subtweeted me. I'm not going to mention who, but someone kind of subtweeted me on this as well. And we're going to talk about CARICOM's 10-point reparations plan. All right, so that's what we have in store tonight. Thank you guys who are here already. Thank you guys who will be showing up. I see NYC Sports Archives in the chat saying greetings. I'm going to start the show now, and then I'll drop the link for those who want to join the panel. I invited several sisters to hop on today. Matron, if you're out there, you can hop on as well, of course, and anyone else who wants to hop on. So what we're going to do, we're going to start the show, and on the other side, we're going to drop the first topic for tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Goku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. I posted up the first prompt for the night already. I'm going to drop the link now for anyone who wants to join the panel tonight. I see Jay is here in the chat. Jay says one option is missing in the question. Invited by Mr. Untouchable. Oh, I see. Yeah. I posted this question. I pinned it. In fact, I forgot. I pinned this question to the top of the chat there. You know, how it's a poll. How did you learn about the Bitter Medicine podcast? So he's saying that Mr. Untouchable is who invited him. That's Jay. I'm sure Jay will join the panel tonight as well. So there's the link. You can join the panel. This first prompt, I believe, was posted to the Discord because of the paper that I read earlier this week. And if you guys need a copy of the paper, by all means, hit me up. I'll give it to you. But we're talking about Skip Gates and how Skip Gates and them kind of used the weaknesses of the terminology by Dr. Molefe Asante, Afrocentricity. By the way, Onita Ase is going to be discussing that a little bit tomorrow as well. You guys tune into that. But yeah, using the weaknesses in that, in the definition of that term, Skip Gates and them kind of capitalized on that, not in a good way. Let me welcome in Kevin Carre 42 tonight. Kevin Carre 42, how are you?
I'm very well, very well. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to
greetings to everyone on the panel. Greetings to every listener.
That's right. So that's that brings Mr. Untouchable in. Mr. Untouchable, how are you tonight?
Good night, my good brothers. I'm great.
Good.
Greetings, brother. Greetings.
Yeah. So I think that's where this prompt came from. This prompt came with a link. Let me share it with you guys, and we'll check it out. Hold on. Okay, we'll check it out, and then we'll discuss it.
You wrote I think it was an article about Africans who were involved in the slave trade.
Oh, people went crazy.
And you were widely lamented for that.
Yeah, I was trashed.
How does it feel?
But it's true.
How does it feel when you dedicate your life and your obviously you have a passion for African American, African. How does it feel at that point to be called an Uncle Tom or a sellout when you're not?
You know, when I did my first series on Africa, and I have a new series that'll be out in February on Africa. I talk about the African role in the slave trade. But this is like saying that your tie is crimson. Every scholar knows this. 90%, no one disputes this figure, of all the slaves shipped across the ocean were captured by Africans, sold along the coast to white people called factors, and then shipped.
Right.
It was a business. And there were Africans who grew rich, and they were African elites, merchants who grew rich on the slave trade. But no scholar doubted that. But when I revealed that in 1998, people, they said, how could you do that? You've revealed, no one said that I was wrong. They said, you told our deep, dirty secret.
What I'm getting at is this cultural resistance. Maybe it's from years of experiencing pain from racism.
Right. But I'm not running for mayor. I'm a professor at Harvard.
But I have you alluded to it earlier where you talked about the things that African Americans can do. Mm-hmm. Even if nothing else changes in the majority culture, what can African Americans do to empower themselves?
We all don't have a good image, and the image is like black. We've never thought together. You know, in Africa, a man can do what he want to do because he knows who he is. But over here, you don't know. So first, we got to get an image, an identity.
When you have that discussion, it's often a very, very uncomfortable discussion.
It is.
And Bill Cosby had a lot of pushback.
Right.
Even Barack Obama, when he talked about fatherlessness.
Right.
It's looked at as respectability politics.
Right.
How do you get past that? Because the conversation needs to be had, right?
My father worked 2 jobs for 37 years. I don't have any tolerance for anybody who won't work if they can work, right? I don't think there's any excuse for not doing your homework. I don't think there's any excuse for not learning your ABCs and learning to speak standard English and learning your multiplication tables. As corny as that sounds, those values are the hallmark of African American culture. And they have been our value. Yes. Anyone who says not, they are the people betraying the traditional values of the culture. Somehow, you see what you're suggesting, somehow things got turned on their head. The people who are not calling for individual responsibility, who are not saying you must show up, you got to suck it up, man, you got to go to school, you got to learn, you have to defer gratification. They are the people who are out of sync with the black tradition. Yeah, I wouldn't call them sellouts, But I would say they have failed to understand our traditional values. That doesn't make you, I'm a Democrat, Democrat as you can get. But I know I spend every day studying the people and the tradition that I love. I know what's black about Black America. And those values are as traditionally black as any values that you can get. But somehow it got perverted and people go, well, they're white values. What kind of ridiculous, if anybody had said anything like that when your father and I were growing up in the 50s, they smacked you upside your head.
Of course, Dr. Roland Pryor at Harvard
was a good friend of mine.
Study Acting White, which showed that that was a phenomenon.
Listen, and when there was
a social penalty for getting A's among some kids in our culture.
Long before I read Roland's fabulous study, I read a piece in the Washington Post. And it said, inner city black kids have been surveyed, list things white, speaking standard English, getting straight A's, and visiting the Smithsonian. What? If I'd said anything like, I wouldn't even have thought anything like that. But if you had said that, people would have sat you down and said, boy, you're going to go to hell because you have lost traditional black values. I know, well, the reason that I teach the lecture course that I teach is to show that there's always been diversity of ideology in the black community. Why? Because I went to Yale between 69 and 73. I went to Yale with Sheila Jackson Lee, Congresswoman from Houston, one of my best friends. Kurt Schmoke, one of the reasons, Kurt Schmoke, first black mayor of Baltimore. One of the reasons I went to Cambridge was Kurt Schmoke got a Rhodes Scholarship, went to Oxford, and I said, I want one of those too. But also, you know who else was there? Little nerdy guy, didn't know him. I only realized later that we were there. We must have been at some black party together or when they had Soul Food Weekend. Dr. Ben Carson was in my class too, and his wife Candy. I mean, we've all known each other. But we would have bullies on campus. We had the Black Panthers. We went on strike for Bobby Seale's right to get a fair trial. I was the secretary of the Black Student Association.
Okay.
We had Black Panthers trying to tell us how to be black. We had the Nation of Islam, the guys with the white shirt and the bow tie. They were trying to tell us how to be black. Then we had the cultural nationalists from Amiri Baraka and Maulana Karenga. They were telling us how to be black, and their definition of blackness was all different. So I called it running the gauntlet. I called it running the gauntlet of blackness. So you didn't even know which way was black. Was your afro supposed to be 2 feet out or 1 foot out? You know, we're supposed to have dashikis made from Nigeria or from Uganda. Did you learn Yoruba? Did you learn Swahili? So I said, if I'm ever in a position of authority and can do something about it, I'm going to teach young black kids and white kids, because we have big, large lecture classes, which of course are multiracial at a place like Harvard. And I'm going to say there never was one way to be black. There are 42 million African Americans, which means there are 42 million ways to be black.
Right.
But and I wish everybody who could have voted would have voted for Hillary Clinton by choice. But I'm not going to demonize the people who voted for Donald Trump. That's their right to do that.
And I think what you're getting at is this widespread beyond the African American community, oversimplification of race. I mean, you've spent a lot of your career challenging this and explaining to people what race really means in the context of genealogy. You're 50% white.
European.
African Americanhood is a political identity.
That's true, a social construct.
Right.
Yeah, it's complicated. It's complicated. It's more complicated than we think. But traditionally in America, the white working class has been baited in such a way to identify economically with people with whom they have nothing in common, wealthier white people, instead of just looking across the tracks, across the river, down the road and seeing their black working class counterpart. That is the union that should have been affected so often in the history of America.
And that goes back to Jamestown, between the indentured servants and the slaves.
Yes, right. And think about this. Slavery itself was race and class fused. A slave is a living economic commodity. A slave in America was a black person who was not a human being. It was a black person who was a commodity like the pigs and the horses and the chickens on a census record. So slavery was race and class fused. In other words, race and class has always been fused in the United States. And Martin Luther King realized this after the passage of the Civil Rights Act in '64 and the Voting Rights Act in '65. He began to move toward an economic analysis.
And that's when he was assassinated.
And that's when he was assassinated. And I heard Calvin Butts on a stage in New York. So you go up against the empire, that's when you get crushed. And this was a month ago. And he was talking about people who, in part, who move against the system with an economic analysis, because that's where the rubber hits the road. It's not, race is not the most important thing that divides us. It is class. It is always about the money. The history of the West is about the money. I tell my students, the floorboard of Western culture has a river running under it. If you lift up those floorboards, you know what you see? There's a stream called anti-Semitism. What's that about? Religion?
Class.
Class. Justified in the name of religion. Look down there, anti-black racism. Is that about race? No, it's about class. Justified in the name of racial difference.
Okay, that's Skip Gates there. You know, there's this thing that folks just aren't honest about, that the world works from race first, and all we can do is the same. The world doesn't really work on this class first thing, and that's just the facts of the matter. Kevin Cartwright, what say you to Skip Gates, live and in living color?
Well, he has his opinion, and I said I respect his opinion. I respect this discourse, but as I said, we're living in a new era now. Everyone's against us. You look at the media; every time you see something major happen, it's always concerning some kind of black folks because they're really trying to exterminate us. We have to start looking within. Like, you can come from different parts of the world and have different idea, but at the end of the day, you always got to be black first. And we have to come up at some point now with an identifying message, like say the matron, black equals African. We have to stop with this squabble. It's not going to get us anywhere. Only thing it's going to lead to is us being exterminated. But I digress.
Let's welcome in D Webb to the panel tonight. D Webb, how are you?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm great. You just saw this video from Skip Gates. What say you to this?
Yeah, I missed part of it, but I seen the majority of it. But to me, it's just a standard integrationist integrationist, type talking point. And I think only says his bets. And I tend to agree with him in this sense, is that if you tend on staying in America, then you have to integrate. Like, if that is your end goal, right, to be an American, to be and he said this is very many Black Americans, and he was stating this in this video. That's what you're gonna have to do. If you look at the history of the 5 civilized tribes, as they called them, the reason they got the the financial incentive that they got because they agreed to integrate. They agreed to get rid of their religion. They agreed to have slaves in some sense. They also, agreed to intermarry. And that's why they are where they are today with the casino deals and things of that nature, where they're getting financial incentives. So to me, he's just spitting or, speaking on what if you tend on staying in these Americas or any white country, for that example, as a Black person, that's what you're gonna have to do. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have to agree to these different tenets that make up these so-called, whether it be American, whether it be French, whether it be British or whatever you agree to. That's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to do that. So to me, that's all he was kind of speaking on to me. And I don't hold no vitriol to the brother, but that's what it sounded like to me.
Jay is here. Jay, welcome to the panel. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Good.
Thank you for having me again.
No problem. You just saw this video from Skip Gates. What are your thoughts on Skip Gates and what he was talking about?
Yeah, Skip Gates skipped a couple dozen of IQ points, or how can I be smart like him with his Ugandan dashiki or Nigerian dashiki, and eventually he ends up like, okay, there's 43 million ways to be Black. Okay, how about Africa? way to be black. You know, the 23 the 2,300 ways to be black in Africa, right? He was babbling. He was babbling. He was drooling. He was babbling in my ears.
Yeah, well, he's like, I think Webb was getting that too. He's definitely U.S. centered, so he wasn't even considering, African blackness. I see we got a few people in the chat. Daily Affirmations by Pauline is here. Bibi Rodriguez is here. I'm sure Jay is happy about that. Bibi Rodriguez says, "Sir, flat blackness is an issue and must be addressed." Mr. Untouchable, let's come to you now. What do you think about what you saw in that video and what Bibi Rodriguez just said in the chat?
Okay, so I would say Bibi Rodriguez is right, flat. But let me deal with skip the truth gate for a minute. You know, when Skip Gate says that you can't oversimplify the idea of race, which is fine. You know what I mean? We come in various different race creeds and colors. Even with the term blackness has various different shades. So what that is, we could debate it, we could discuss it, we could agree on different terms. But where he's intellectually dishonest is where he simplifies the slavery and the slave trade. He say, "Them Africans sold us." Well, which Africans? Because Africa is a very, very big place. So I'm asking which Africans. Then he said, "Well, I'm a professor. I only give the facts." Okay, don't stop. If you say that Africans participated in slave trade, don't stop there. Discuss the West Indians who owned slaves. Discuss the African Americans who owned slaves. That's these two things both are historical facts as well. No one would say, well, since Africans in America or in the Caribbean participated in slave trade, they are guilty of being essentially the primary beneficiaries of slavery. And the Africans on the continent was never the primary beneficiaries of slavery. It's a ridiculous notion, but he is very disingenuous in that vein, because there are Jews who participated with Hitler.
100%.
That's a historical fact as well. That's a historical fact as well. But no one would say, well, the Jews are responsible for their own Holocaust. Yeah, these are ridiculous notions, and all you just really have to essentially do is just start to ask some questions. But I feel like he is on script, because he really wants, he is an integrationist, a hardcore one. And I was reading the paper by Obadeli Kambon, and I'm kind of understanding what he is trying to do, disassociate himself completely from the idea of Africa and having this sectarian group of Black people who is just completely integrated into a culture of Americanism. If that's what he wants to do, be clear on that. But don't pretend if you are the professor and you hide behind academia, where you dismiss certain truths, uncomfortable ones, but you pose yourself to be this, I'm from Harvard and I know all the truth about Africana or any kind of idea of Blackness. I think that he's intellectually disingenuous in that vein.
I will say, and I'm going to keep it, low key, the small hats might have been involved a little bit in their own Holocaust, because if you look up some stuff, you'll understand how they was able to get their little nation thing going. But I digress. Let's welcome and gas them up to the panel. Gas them up. How are you this week?
I'm well, brothers. Sorry I'm late. I had to spend time with the mother. So, family.
How's the mother doing?
She's good. Everyone's good. Bought her some Ethiopian food. As I don't want to take too much, but as families, a lot of times we get so busy.
Yep.
Just the simple things, So I just try to always make sure. Not perfect, but I try.
So you weren't able to catch the Skip Gates video we showed just now?
No, but what did he say before I make a comment?
I mean, Well, there's different things he said. One of the things he was talking about was, in fact, the conversation starts with the fact that he put out a piece that talked about how Africans sold black folks into slavery. And most of his talking points were that there was, because there's X amount of million black folks in America, there's that many notions of blackness. And he said something in there too that was, I find kind of comical. He was talking about, the poet. What's the poet laureate name again? Damn it, I had him at an event in college too.
Wale Soyinka?
No, the poet from New Jersey here.
Mary Baraka.
Baraka, yeah. He was saying how Baraka and them had one definition for blackness. He said the Nation of Islam had a definition of blackness. So he's trying to say how no one had this all-encompassing notion of blackness. And he, being a academic from Yale, I think it was, right? He being an academic, he's putting out the notion of blackness, and that it's a million different ideas of what blackness is. So that's a summary. If anyone else thinks they need to add something else to what was said in that video, go ahead now, and then we'll gas them up to respond. All right, I guess not.
Yeah, the guy Skip, man. I've seen him. All these people, just to sum up, they all serve an agenda. They have certain truths, but their whole agenda is typically to keep African people focused on this matrix that they're caught up in America, and so they have these arguments that I call them my mentor calls going around in circles, and so Skip, I think at a certain point we have to get to a point where we're no longer seeing what he says as viable, and if you really do the research, so for example, he says Africans sold other Africans as slaves, and they don't take into account that you can literally pinpoint who was selling who. It's a very, very interesting thing to say. Africans were selling Africans when you can point to the people who were doing it. You had like Madam Tininbu, Jaja Vapobo, Nana Evi Shakiri, so many of these people, the Mayowas. You can literally trace the lineages of who was selling slaves and who was benefiting from them, which chiefs and which. So he won't talk about Benin, for example. In Edo, the Oba said no. They're not selling slaves, refused to engage in the slave trade. So they, like I said, they all serve an agenda, and I think their agenda is to keep African people in America caught up within the matrix of America. And I think that's just what his goal is.
In the chat, we got KW Dawn 7. Well, first of all, Lero is here. She says, good evening, loved ones. KW Dawn 7 says, Skip Gates is multiracial to begin with and married to a Yurugu female and belongs to Yurugu in general. Charge him to the game. Athrazer is here. That's our buddy, street musician out there, I believe in Texas. He says great points about the Jews' participation in the Holocaust and West Indian and American blacks participating in slavery to negate Gates' implication of Africans' participation in slavery. Yeah, I mean, the idea, and I think Mr. Untouchable was spot on there. The idea is that who was the primary benefactor? And just because a few quote unquote sellouts participated, found their little cushy spot and participated, that doesn't negate who is the benefactor or beneficiary from slavery.
Koku, I just want to say one thing. When they say this stuff, like they don't even take into account, for example, even though, yeah, you're right, a lot of sellouts, and these sellouts still are in power to this day, a lot of them. But let's keep in mind, there was no African that had a ship.
Right.
There was no African that had insurance companies, Barclays, all these things that were doing this. So not to excuse the elite culpability in the nonsense that occurred, but when I believe Jaja Vapobo tried to do it, the British, I think they shipped him off to a Caribbean island. You guys can Google him. I think it was Saint Vincent or one of the Caribbean islands. They shipped him off to, right? So when he tried to get his own shipping line to engage in the quote unquote trade, so it's like kind of like whenever a black man wants to really become a big player in this capitalist game, all of a sudden he gets undermined. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we could go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 unless someone else wants to add.
Wait, I just want to add one thing. You know what this sounds like too? Like back in the 80s during the crack epidemic, they were saying, "Oh, look at all these black people. They're always doing crack and they're selling crack to each other, but they don't take into the fact, like, as the gentleman just said earlier, we don't own the plains. We don't own the fields that grow these, the cocaine.
Yeah.
We don't own the ships that's shipping it. So how's it getting there? Yeah, there's a few sellouts, but who's in the end, who's really making the money off the drugs?
Right. I agree. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. The prompt says, what is an intellectual mercenary? Let's check out the link that came with this as well.
Have let another people define intelligence as the ability to solve their problems, not your own. Their problems. They then call you intelligent when you can behave and think in a way that adds to their power and maintains their position in the world. Then you're intelligent. Then you have good character. You understand? I want you to think about what I'm saying there in a minute. You see? And their measure of intelligence then is intrinsically related to those abilities and ways of thinking that allows them to solve the problems that confront them as a people. Those African Americans then, who are often called intelligent within this system, are what I will call intellectual mercenaries. They are hired guns who then are used to solve the problems of the European corporate system and economic system, political and social system, but who, when confronted with their own problems, cannot solve their own problems. They can fly European shuttles into the space. They can light European ships up on the moon. They can sit on the board, on the Joint Chiefs of Staff and direct European armies and develop military strategies for Europeans. And yet they cannot run the white man out of South Africa. And they cannot militarily free themselves. They cannot move Africa into the space race. They cannot get our people in a position where we can commercially exploit space and be a part of the expansion of this system into the universe. You are dumb and ignorant no matter what position you have in this society if you cannot solve those problems, ladies and gentlemen. So you got an MBA so that you can be smart and be productive and even better than the white boys at producing for Xerox and producing for IBM and all the rest. But you can't build and take over your own economic systems in Brooklyn and Harlem and the other places. You Africans let these Arabs and these other groups have control of your economy and control of your system. I don't care how much you can go to Cambridge and how many Rhodes Scholars you produce and so forth. If you can't solve the starvation of African people, if you cannot move Africa to a position of technological challenge to other powers, if you cannot solve the issue of securing the survival of African people, you are dumb and stupid. I don't give a damn how much you pass the exam.
Despite your election of mayors, despite your elections of governors, and so forth, the European still intends to control the nature of information that is available to the African mind. And since this mind operates on the basis of information fed to it, then the control of information by Europeans is an attempt to control the nature of the African mind. You must look at the real power relationship between Europeans and Africans. That is the key. And you must question whether that power relationship has changed at all over the past 400 or 500 years. You just cannot look at the idea that you're now in slavery and say that means we have advanced in some sort of way. Or that now we have certain job opportunities open to us, educational opportunities open to us, that now we can eat at the same counter with white folk and all of this kind of stuff as indicative of basic fundamental change. As a matter of fact, to a good extent, these changes have been diversions to keep us from seeing that the very fundamental relationship between blacks and whites has not changed at all. I've often said that you may marvel about how now you can get a degree in computer technology and how this was not available to your forefathers. But remember that your forefathers as slaves also had skills. They just did not chop cotton and work in the households. They were skilled craftsmen as slaves. And in fact, at the end of slavery, there were more black craftsmen and skilled craftsmen in some areas than there were whites. But what was the fundamental relationship? The fundamental relationships was that these skilled slaves worked for the benefit and power of their masters. And that fundamental relationship has not changed one whit today, ladies and gentlemen. You do computer engineering, but you're going to do it for IBM, and you're going to do it for GE, and you're going to do it for some white man ultimately. It's the same game, ladies and gentlemen. You may hang out in the same office. You may even marry them. You may even sleep with them. You may eat with them. But the fundamental power relationship is what? Still the same. Still the same. This hasn't changed. And the thing you have to look at then are not those superficial changes, but the fundamental relationship. And there are several of them that you will see have existed for the past 300, 400, 500 years, and that are still pretty much where they are today. And that even integration and even assimilation and even eating at the same lunch counter and even the electing of black men to office and black women to office, even the electing of one to the presidency of the United States is going to serve the same function to maintain the ultimate power of the white man over the black man. And therefore, you cannot be deceived by those things. And this comes out of this ability of this white man to name and create definition.
Yes, indeed. Amos N. Wilson there, as Bibi Rodriguez pointed out in the chat. That video is titled Dr. Amos Wilson, Intellectual Mercenaries. And as the prompt suggests, we need to be talking about what is an intellectual mercenary. So we just saw Skip the Truth Gates. Is Skip the Truth Gates an intellectual mercenary? Let's start with Kevin Curry, 42. Now you're muted if you're talking.
No, sorry, I think I was in the other side of the room. But yes, Skip the Truth Gates is an intellectual mercenary. You know, as I said, he does it for, you know, the university he's in. You know, we spoke about this, I think, last year, where we spoke about you know, you're an author or whatever, and or a director. I would rather work with my own people to make $300,000 than to make $1 million with these people, because at the end of the day, they're gonna use you, juice you out, and then throw you into the trash can and then hire somebody else. But we have to start turning that stuff in. As I said on the first prompt, either we start working together, use our skills to help and empower our own people, or we're going to be exterminated. It's too late in the game. You know, we have too much people selling out. Sometimes we have to make that ultimate sacrifice. Our ancestors did it. Why can't we?
I hear you. Bibi Rodriguez in the chat says Skip Gates, absolutely not an intellectual mercenary. D-Web, what say you to this?
I'm kind of going through a little phase. It's like I don't really care what the fuck white people think, bro. Right. We kind of spend so much time trying to wake people up and trying to call people out instead of kind of trying to build with our people. To me, it's become counterproductive. I think, like you know, Kevin Carray said, "Yo, if you ain't work at this point, ain't nobody got time to slow down to catch you up, bro." Like we're kind of at a point where you're at a precipice where there's a lot of stuff about to go down. You're about to have a lot of power vacuums that's about to occur, and you need to pick who you're with. It's as simple as that to me. And speaking on what Amos Whistle was saying, about it's funny because I seen a post the other day. It was like anybody making less than $20 to $25, if you have a degree, is an insult. And it's like, bro, this kind of sums up what happened to like the black people in a vacuum. It's like you gave up tangible skills in order to pursue this piece of paper that the white man told you was so valuable. And that's why when you look at particularly the West, particularly America in general, the most recent group of people that's being elevated above black people is the Hispanic people. Guess what? Because the Hispanic people still do construction. They still involved in agriculture, right? They're still involved in things that are tangible, that are nation building type skills that we gave up in order to get a piece of paper. You know what I'm saying? Because they told you that this was the most valuable thing that you can do. In reality, you better off being a damn plumber than having a degree in political science.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So to me, I think we're at a point where we kind of need to shift from this whole trying to wait. And I understand that, this speech was a little bit older and he was talking to a group of people. Honestly, 9 times out of 10, when we're talking, when people like Amos Wilson, when people like me and you and Goku are talking, we're talking to people like us who think outside the box, right? Who are thinking on a power level, who are thinking on a survival level. So we're kind of talking to each other. So I think we need to shift from this mindset of trying to like speak to wake people up to shift to like what we're doing next. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the mindset we need to take going forward, and that's all I got.
I think that's well stated. That instead of trying to convert, let's try to use these discussions to figure out what and how we're gonna, what we're gonna do next and how we're gonna do it. Do you have who else is an intellectual mercenary to you?
You got tons of them. You got tons of them. Turn on CNN. Don Lemon. What's that other sister? I forgot it. I ain't gonna call her sister.
Joy Reid, I guess.
Joy Reid, yes. A lot of
Sonia
these
O'Brien.
people, yeah. Anybody who went to basically these colleges, that's what they're churning out. Even HBCUs, that's what they're churning out. These Greeks I spoke on, that's what they're churning out. Intellectuals, they know enough, just enough, that if you're of a lower intelligence, if you're not well read, if you don't know what you're, if you're dependent on other people to make decisions for you, they can confuse you and stray you off the path. And unfortunately, that's the majority of our people. And we need to get off this mindset that a piece of paper makes you more knowledgeable, makes you more, believable, relatable than anybody else. Because in reality, our biggest, intellectuals are on the streets doing work. They're not sitting in some studio pining for these people who don't give a shit about us. So that's all I got, bro.
Very, very true. Very true. Jay, I'd like to hear from you next. What did you take from Amos N. Wilson's discussion on intellectual mercenaries? And you're muted, by the way.
Well, my connection. Am I still muted?
No. You're good now.
My connection. Okay, my connection was failing on me during the snippet.
Okay.
But I understand what he was on, and what is my take on intellectual mercenaries? Yeah, it's an interesting it's an interesting name for it also plays part on the continent. A lot of these people that you see drowning in the Mediterranean are in fact intellectual mercenaries, on the way to their job, in Europe, thanks to these European African channels that constantly tell them that young African people with a diploma have opportunities waiting for them in Europe. Yeah, youngsters move to the city and leave the heritage, the land that they got from their parents. They leave it at stake, and move to the cities, or they try to reach Europe or the Americas. I don't know if that's exactly what a intellectual mercenary is, but I think so.
One of the things, and thank you for that, Jay. Well, one of the things that he talked about there earlier in that discussion, I talk about it too, and some people think I'm crazy when I talk about that, but we aren't like where's the, again, you don't have to be only about these college degrees from these white institutions or whatever, but where are the innovators, man? Where are the people who are the dreamers and the dreamers who are the doers? Where are the people who are thinking about like, yo, these white folks are trying to get to space and getting to space? And I know Gas Them Up will probably say, why do we have to care? But where are the folks who are thinking beyond, this reality and thinking about those kinds of things? That's the kind of people I like to have around me. Athrazer's in the chat, he said, yes, what are we doing next? In response to what D Webb said. He also says anyone who's not using their intellect to free Black African people, if they are using their skills to integrate and further the cause of integration, you're either a liberator or a mercenary. Thank you for that, Athrazer. Let's go to Gas Them Up. Gas Them Up, what say you to this? And you're muted too. So unmute. All right, maybe Gas Them Up stepped away.
No, I'm here. So I don't think there's much to add. I think Amos Wilson hit it for me on the head. I think everybody said what needs to be said. We have to get past trying to bring people along. I think the like-minded have to start building now.
I got you. Mr. Untouchable, what say you? Unmute your mic.
Yeah, I'm not where my brothers are right now. I understand the sentiment. The sentiment is, it's time to close the ark, and you know what I mean? Let the floods come, and whoever get water, wash away, get washed away.
Right.
I'm not there yet. I think that my people, Black people have went through 400 years of miseducation, and I understand that we in a microwave society, and we expect the fact that with all this information and technology is out there here, a lot of Black people should understand, certain things. But I don't think that they do, and I think that this information needs to be reinforced over and over and over again, because if we stop doing what we do, there's a lot of technological misinformation out here who is really trying to, distort the minds of many, many people. So, I think that it would be in our interest. See, I believe that we could walk and chew gum at the same time. It's not to suggest that we can build, because, we do that. We build, and we go about the busyness of doing the things that we feel is essential for our communities. But we also could do these kind of things too, to inform. I think that these things are very, very important. And some people will have an ear for it, and some people may listen. And some people will turn it off and say, well, I don't business with that. Let me go listen to Cardi B. But I think that as a part of our job, as people who are supposed to be informed, this is one of the things that we should do, because our enemies wake up every morning, and seeking to misinform.
They don't take a day off.
No, they don't take a day off. And I don't feel like we should either. So I understand the sentiment, because sometimes you feel like shrugging your shoulders and saying, well, fuck it. You know what I mean? Let them get it how they live. I'm secure. I'm secure. I could be good with what I'm trying to do and not give a shit. But I feel like, to have an opportunity or to have had the opportunities that I would have had, I feel like I need to do these kinds of things because I feel like I could walk and chew gum at the same time. How even though I understand the sentiment, let me just say that as well.
Mr. Untouchable, do me a favor. What is your definition of an intellectual mercenary, and can you give me some examples of folks that
Oh,
we should?
we just saw an intellectual mercenary. You know, for instance, you know, Skip Gates and people like Cornel West could teach at these so-called Harvard universities, these top universities, and solve many of the university's intellectual issues and problems. You know, in these spaces. And I'm saying to myself, why can't these same so-called brilliant people go to HBCUs and solve the problems that exist within their own communities? You know, why do they have to sit, you know, at their, you know, purchase a higher learning and speak down on the people from the so-called bottom? You know, you could be, if you were so brilliant, you could be just as academic in Black universities. Shit, not even Black in universities. Start your own Black institutions and do the same things if you want to inform the people who you talk about. You know what I mean? You solve the problems from the communities of where you come from, because he likes to talk about his past and how the community is so changed so much and the sentiment is so different. Well, if you have the brilliance that you claim you have, him and Cornel West, you go into these communities or you create and establish institutions to promote these ideas. Show me your worth. You know what I mean? Not just from where you are so far away. I can't hear you, too far away. You need to come closer or come back within their communities and produce these ideas that you suggest and other people should just, I don't know, by osmosis have. You know what I mean? But that's, to me, that he is an intellectual mercenary, because everything he does is to fit the paradigm that something is really against his community. I don't think it is for his community. He may say different, but he has a right to that opinion. But I stand on the other side of the paradigm.
Just so y'all know,
if I may,
Jay, one second. I'll go to D Web and Jay next. I mute my mic personally because there's like a feedback that comes through, and I like the audio to be kind of clean. So just letting y'all know. In the chat, BB Rodriguez says, close the arc. Oh, well, I agree. Officer says, no, not close the arc. Leave the door open. It's just that by building the future, we will attract rather than the endless debate. And then BB Rodriguez says louder to Mr. Untouchable. D-Web first. D-Web, what say you?
Yeah, real quick, just to hear what Mr. Untouchable talked about. If you look in the vacuum, the Chinaman, 60 years ago was on almost the level of the Negro, right? The Black American.
Yeah.
If you look at the Arabs, man, 80 years ago, they was desert robbers. You know what I'm saying? Particularly the Saudis.
Yep.
So Mr. Untouchable hit on 400 years. Like, how long do you need to try to keep saving people who certain people don't want to be saved? And that's not saying close the door on the arc, right? That's not saying that at all. But I think we need to shift the focus rather than trying to save a 39-year-old who's been talking about Will Smith and Jada Pinkett for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe focus on the youth, maybe focus on those who show a propensity toward want to be woken up, rather than sitting here trying to wake up every time Dick and Harry, who's perfectly fine in Matrix, who's perfectly fine, with the white man feeding them whatever they want to feed them in terms of the media, in terms of the educational system or whatever, right? So you need to recognize when somebody is gone. Because when you try to save somebody that's gone, you're going to end up destitute, like most of our leaders have throughout the years.
You'll be gone too.
Yeah, you'll be gone too. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying like close the arc, nobody else. No. But we need to focus on the future, which includes the youth, and we definitely need to save youth. I'm all about that. If you listen to anything I've said previous, so I want to just throw that out there. I'm not saying close the gates, what I'm saying? But focus on the people who want to be saved.
Yeah, I feel you on that one. And it took me a while to get to that point too, where like you guys are saying, man, have the doors open, do your work. Who comes in and joins, comes in and joins. Who stays outside, let them stay outside. Jay, you want to say something? Go ahead. Unmute your mic, brother.
Yeah, I'm with closing the arc, right? And I wanted.
Okay.
I even wanted to take it a little further, and and since if Mao didn't amputate some limbs, I mean, China had some problems, and I'm guessing, right? I'm guessing that the problems that China had is what we see happening now in Hong Kong. People denying they're being Chinese. I'm not Chinese. I'm Hong Kong, and we have those people too. I'm not African. I'm Cape Verdean. Can't you see I'm mixed? I'm Cape Verdean, so I speak for my people. But ADOS FBA type of crap. Do we really need that? And those people infect other people, right? So it's like diabetes that needs some limbs cut off, else the entire body is going to die. I'll take it a little further than closing the arc. I'm at amputating, cleansing.
I hear you, because you do make you do add a solid point. Although I do think you'll always have the naysayers. You'll always have those who are
Yeah.
spreading the
You know where it
negative.
comes from?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do you know where it comes from? Experience. You're pointing the finger, and not only pointing the finger, you are showing how. You are showing how, and you are telling people, like, building skyscrapers with a skip with a stick and a stone. That used to be my slogan, right? To make other Africans look in the mirror and see the most creative on the planet, right? We Africans, we build skyscrapers with the camcorder of your mother and the PC of your mother, and you can shoot that video clip that you want to make. You can record that the track that you wanna and in that way, uh, what I always 100% bumped into was they will argue about your finger. No, it's Jay's way. It don't has to be your way. It don't has to be your way. So you are, with your intellect, with your experience, with your vision, you are just a black man. You're just a black man, just like them in the hood, they, yes, they look in the mirror, and they when you speak, and they see themselves, a useless eater, and you're just a useless eater, babbling, making noise like they do, in their eyes. And you're not an expert. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just you think you're better than them. You think you're better than them. No, what are you trying to explain? Who do you think you are? They look at your finger. You point at how it's done, and they start criticizing your finger. No, it's not your way. Yeah, it's Jay's way. Oh, Jay wanted Jay's way. And it's experience, and I'm sick of it. I'm sick of our people, and I'm at Mao level. Mao Zedong, amputate, cleanse. I'm sorry.
I feel you on that, Jay. I actually do feel in the chat. After says the dialogue versus the creation of institutions is a different skill set. So I don't fault them that much for not creating industries. They need help in this regard. Luro says the cancer of betrayal is too high to try and be a quote unquote savior to our people. Like others said, focus on the youth and those already on the path. So let me ask this one last question to the panel, because Jay brought up a good point here. I agree with what Luro just said. She said, focus on the youth. And D-Web has said this many times before, and I've talked about this too. Focus on the youth and those already on the path. But when we think about what Jay is saying in terms of you focus on the youth and those already on the path, you're going to have the diabolical, the mischievous, the downright evil who will poo-poo on your message, who will poo-poo on your work. Like I've talked about this before. I walking through the streets, and I see a black man about my age. He was about my age then that I am now. This is a few years back. And he's talking to a kid who couldn't be older than must be 13, 14. He's asking the kid, what, you afraid to go to jail? Huh? You afraid? And that's the kind of person who we have to go up against in doing the kind of work that we do. So, Kevin Carey, any thoughts on how do you focus on the youth and those already on the path, but at the same time prevent the destruction from the destroyers, so to speak?
All right, it's something you just said, and I mentioned this a couple of podcasts back. When I was in elementary school in Brooklyn, my not elementary, junior high school, across the street from me was some projects, and I remember I'm this broke kid, trying to get his education, and this dude is selling drugs, living in the project. He have all these expensive, gear on. You have the cross collars. This is the early '90s, so bear with me. Cross collar, all the name brand stuff. And he's asking me for a quarter because he's broke. He want to get some Chinese food or something. But as you said, how we do, like right now, I'm mentoring up and coming young black photographers. And a lot of them, they have a head on their shoulders, but some of them don't know their history. The only thing you can keep doing is, keep giving them the information and keep giving them the history, walk them through. End of the day, you really can't control what they do when they're out there by themselves. They're gonna be okay. That's we were all in their shoes at one point. They'll be okay.
I appreciate that. I see we got a stranger in the chat named M. Chaka. M. Chaka says, call that arrested development. D-Web, it sounds like you're chomping at the bit. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. This goes back to the point. Once again, I think Oni said it, bro. We got to focus on hardening yourself. One of the people that I look up to, and one of my homeboys, and you've had a chat with him, Capra L, bro. Yeah. This brother is an MMA enthusiast. He's trained. He has belts. He's an NRA trained instructor. So It comes back to men being men, yo. We have to start taking back our neighborhoods. We have to start taking back our youth. We have to have the wherewithal to fight for our youth, man, because this is the future, and we have to be so nonchalant about things. And when it comes to these babies, man, and that's where I'm at. That's where I want to try to focus on is getting back out there in these streets and counteracting what they're getting from these, the gang bangers and the low vibrational and all these other people, bro. We got to get back in the streets because that's where these kids are at, man. I remember pulling up to an event. It was 5 young black kids at this very degraded neighborhood, yo, just very jacked up. And we was having an MCS event, man. They was out there just throwing the football, and you can see this area was just, it just was nothing for them to do, man. And they had nothing to do, and it's dudes hustling on the corner and whatnot. And it's like, yo, you come on in, man, and listen to what we got to say. And we got to get back to that, yo. We got to stop being scared to get in the streets, because that's where these jokers are at.
Yep.
And they're the ones influencing your kids because they got the firsthand, firsthand bit at them. They got the first hit at them.
First access.
Yeah, first access. While we're sitting around talking, we need to get back into the streets as men and counteract what's going on. Stop being scared, man. And so that's kind of where I'm at with everything, yo. It's like, yo, it's do or die at this point to me. You know what I'm saying? We gonna talk about it. We gonna be about it.
Love it. Gas them up. What do you say?
I think before any of those things are accomplished, and not that I disagree with anyone on the panel, I think the first thing that has to be done is we have to create definitions. In my neighborhood here, where I'm at in New York City, right? It's a very lot of Bangladesh people, and they came out in this neighborhood maybe about 11 years ago. I kid you not, within 11 years, the whole neighborhood is Bangladeshi. They have
Is that out there in Queens?
No, not in Queens. Okay. But yeah, Queens is another example of that, right? They're flooding Queens too. And so they have stores, they have restaurants, they hire themselves, they have their own grocery stores, they have their own doctors. We have to really define what is a community and what are the parameters for this community. And that really, I think, is the biggest problem for Black people in America. For Black people outside of America and Africa, they're throwing that away. So Africans have the culture, they have the language, they have the things that they can use to actually create this community, but they don't want any parts of it. I've said this for years. Caribbean people have been coming to New York City, since the 1920s. Africans have been coming since the 1960s, late 60s. There's no Caribbean town. There's no Africa town, right? I mean, we have pockets in Brooklyn, pockets in Queens.
Yeah.
They have the little Senegal in Harlem. But there's something fundamentally wrong with us, because I find it interesting that we come to America and we are the first to just rush in and integrate and try and be down with the systems at play. Yet, like I said, you look at a Bangladesh person, you look at a Chinese person, what is the fundamental difference between why they'll open up a business, they'll open up a store? So now when you look at, they'll say the unemployment rate is for Black people in America, the underemployment rate is in double digits. This Bangladeshi person doesn't care, because they can always, now that they're stores, right? Now that they're grocery stores, they're these things. The young Bangladeshi kid can finish his college and say, I don't have to go to corporate America. I can come here and work within the community and build. Our Black kids don't have that. And I think it goes, and I keep calling it the 501c3 mentality of community. That's all, especially in America, that's all we know. And unfortunately, we're going to have to make a decision. How do we create this thing called community? There's going to be repercussions. There's going to be accountability. So when the girl is out there popping a butt on the corner, you're no longer a part of us. No one has, I don't know. I sound like I'm, pushing, but I'm hoping someone can tell me, are we going to be able to do that? Because when you can do that, then I think you can start cutting off the cancerous parts, as Jay is saying, as everybody else is saying. Because again, these guys on the corner who are selling drugs, you're not my community. I don't have nothing in common with you. I go home and read Warren Buffett, and I'll listen to, I'll read a French philosopher. I'll read an African studies this. I have nothing in common with this guy who got his pants sagged, listening to Mike Epps, drinking a 40, saying 555 Crip and all this nonsense with a Hoover killer on his head. I have nothing in common with this guy, but I'm supposed to, because we're Black. No, screw him. But I do, if I were to create a community and I say, well, go to hell, the police kill you, I don't give a damn, but you touch one of my own, we're going to storm that police station, you're going to have to kill all of us. Are we ready to do that? And that's what I think is the thing that no one is doing yet. We have to create definitions, which will mean, unfortunately, a lot of people are not going to come for the ride. The NBA young boys, the Birdmans, the Lil Waynes, all those type of people, if you're not down with this new definition, I'm sorry, we don't rock with you. We don't know you. We don't want anything to do with you. Are we ready to do that?
Hey, can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead. And then D-Web, I think D-Web wants to say something.
It was real quick. It was like about 20 years after World War II. The Japanese, they said after the war, this was a great humiliation. And what they started doing was purging the ranks. I think there's a famous photo of a young in the 60s of a young Japanese kid went up on stage, and there was a politician preaching about the West being part of the West. He went up there and stabbed the man in the heart and killed him right there.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot the guy's name now, but yeah, that's true. That's true. D-Web, go ahead.
Just to piggyback what I've gassed them up to say. I one point I do gotta disagree with. I think that a lot of these groups are very integrationist. I work in an industry right now that's very Indian integrated, and they very much bow down to the corporate society. If you look at Indians in general, they very much integrate into white society. That's how they got ahead. We hit on the civilized tribes. I think a lot of groups are actually integrationists. Hispanics, they are very integrationist. So I don't really agree with that. Most groups rush in, and then they may have a neighborhood with mostly them in there, but then their kids go date the Beckys, and they send the kids to the high institutions or whatever to integrate in order to be successful. I don't think they
with them.
Yeah, exactly. They don't necessarily stay with it. Yeah, they may start off, that first generation may start off in that neighborhood, but they're sending their kids off everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta kind of disagree with that. But I do agree with building with the like-minded. You know what I'm saying? And as far as like us being, willing to go to these extra lengths and go, that's what I say.
But brother, I don't mean to cut you off, but what you're missing then is that if you take that approach, because I hear what you're saying, but you have to still have definitions. Of course, within one generation, the children typically tie into Babylon. That's everywhere. But what I'm saying is that you'll see, and I'm not talking of Indians particularly. I said the Bangladeshi for a reason, but because many of them, they are integrationists, and they no longer have to create these community enclaves because the system has readily accepts them, right? The Bangladeshi has to have the enclave. We don't have an enclave, and the system still doesn't accept us. So even though that Bangladeshi kid, yes, within the next generation may go, and his father started a little, fruit stand and then turned it into a store, and then he goes to Harvard and he hates his poor background and he marries a white girl. He no longer, once he does that, the people who are left behind in that community, okay, yeah, you're one of us, but no, right? He loses that standing. If he wants to keep the standing, he marries a Bangladeshi girl and stays in the community. Once he goes out, he goes out. So that's what I'm trying to say, is that Black people in America don't have that, and they have to recognize that. And it's not like they can't build that again. They can do that. They can create those communities. And I think the problem is that nobody wants to kick out their cousin or their aunt, which will mean, hey, man, look, I'm sorry, Lisa, I'm sorry, John, you ain't down with us, but we cousins. Nah, you out of here, man. You smoking weed, you're doing this gangbang shit, you're out of here. We don't want you. And that's the hard part for Black people in America that they have to do. Africans have to do the same thing. See, Africans back home have the culture and have the community, but they don't want it. They want it. You know what's funny? You go to Africa right now, I said all the time, all them Africans are walking around, they're pseudo ADOS, they're pseudo FBA. I have cousins who I know their village. Your name is Tejiri, but they're calling their son Pookie. This is what she's calling her son.
Right.
You understand the madness that's going on? So I don't know, brother.
Well, I mean, it's a little difference, man. You talking about a Bangladesh type community. You're talking about Black Americans where there is no unification outside of the melanated skin. Right. There's no, really, we have different religions. We have different areas we come from. We have different nationalities to a certain extent. So to me, if you're talking about a smaller community, as in the Bangladesh community, where they're also united in religion and spirituality and all these other things, to me, to compare that to the Black community, it's kind of a false equivalency, because we're so different. We're so spread out, and we've so integrated in these different systems that when we come back into any community, whether you have a bunch of melanated people in Detroit, those melanated people in Detroit, you may have a bunch of Muslims, you may have a bunch of Christians, you may have a bunch of people who are Nigerian. You may, like, you're trying to integrate a different community. So to me, that equivalency don't add up to me. You know what I'm saying? But I do agree that we do have to, go amongst building with the like-minded. And part of that like-minded, and that's why I stress the youth, bro, because I think you hit on one point earlier too, where you was talking about, are we willing to do this and this and the third? We've had people where, if you go back to Chicago, Angelo Robinson, who's a gang member, bro, his whole thing was blowing up the Chicago Police Department. Like, if you look this up and Google this, you know what I'm saying? He had a whole beef, and that's why he ended up dead and killed by his own people, because he wanted to go to beef with the Chicago Police Department.
Okay.
So if you look into these types of history, you do have those people out there. However, you don't have the majority supporting those people, you know what I'm saying, for various reasons. And I'm not necessarily saying that that's the right way to go, or that you support these gang members as doing this and with third. But my point is, you have soldiers. We're not building with those soldiers. We're not giving them the right path. We're not putting the right books in their hands and going out there. And that's why I said earlier, to build with these certain people that we're so-called scared of with saggy pants. Catch them before the pants get saggy. You feel me? And there's our soldiers out here, but we're ignoring them, to me.
Right.
And I speak that from a personal level, because I was one of those people out there with saggy pants doing some bullshit. Mm-hmm. And I never had nobody talk to me about anything that we're talking about on this podcast right now. And that's what we need to do. To me, that's the key right there.
You know, before I go to
The
Mr. Untouchable,
experience.
Jay, one second. Before I go to Jay and Mr. Untouchable, to finish
Yes.
off this prompt, in the chat, Lero says you really have to out-organize the Ascari types. Sabotage should be expected, and we should be proactive in safeguarding whatever we got going on from falling apart. Consensus is needed. Athreser says, we don't believe in our power. We are militant integrationists because of the great job that they did of colonialism. Our cultures are so adulterated, the Bangladeshi knows who he is. Bibi Rodriguez said, merchant classes are not prompted to any black groups, domestic or foreign. Are not promoted to any black groups, domestic or foreign. And then Arthur finally says, we need a simple code. We of the Black Pan-African nation testify by our actions to liberate, protect, educate, and employ Black Africans on the continent and of the diaspora. Jay, you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, the experience, the brother speaking of we need to.
You cut out. You're not muted, but you cut out. You know what, Jay? Work on your connection there. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Speaking of, I'm afraid it's the connection.
Jay, is your connection working better now?
Am I on again?
Yes, you're on. Is your connection going to be okay? All right, I'm gonna have to mute Jay until he fixes that situation there. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, I would only say that there's an importance of staying on message, and there's an importance on being true to what your message is. All of us have different purposes, you know what I mean? Whether it's my brother who has the need to be on the ground speaking to his brothers in the streets or younger people, and there are other brothers who have different kinds of purposes. And I think that there's an importance of staying on message to whatever that purpose is and whatever that truth is. I feel like, see, if Elijah Muhammad had stopped and basically said, well, you know, I have enough people for my organization, you know what I mean, that the information that's inside my brain, I good with the people that I have. He may have missed out on a Malcolm X. You know what I mean? I feel like he stayed on message, whatever that message was, and it finally got to the ears of the people who eventually needed it the most. Well, some of the people who needed it the most, and it was effective in a way that really changed the world. You know what I mean? So I think that there's an importance on staying on message. Before Elijah Muhammad's message got to Malcolm X's ears, you know, it would have been decades of him basically training and teaching people the same thing over and over and over for decades. You know, the Nation of Islam was around a long, long time before Malcolm X came around. So I think that there's an importance on staying on message and fulfilling your purpose for whatever it may be. You know what I mean? And I think that these things are essential. Wherever forum that you may find yourself in, you know what I mean, you give your message or give your truth to whoever is in front of you, and hopefully they'll be effective to wherever it goes. I think that that's important.
Thanks for that. Jay, is your connection better?
Am I back? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so my how I used to call what I did was to reach out a hand to our boys that were weaved out the house like the kings on their mother's head. So yeah, I was with the proletarians, you know. I was with the Pookies and the Ray Rays and sometimes or not sometimes, but with a few you had to word what you said in a certain way, or get your head blown off, right? I was there, and that's exactly what the issue is, and the Nation of Islam as example. Well, maybe the Nation of Islam is also an example of that, because where are they now? Where are they now? They are competing. On an economical level. Like look what I did. And they come across, to me, they come across as confused, because from afar it looks like they're in competition with each other, like who has made it, who has the most clout, or who has the most expensive power car, or others and I actually I look up to this brother. Others are like showing to their own back, the Nation of Islam, showing how successful they are in agriculture all over the globe, in Senegal, in Kazakhstan, and whatever. But it's
All right, you cut out there again at the end. Jay, leave the studio for a second, come back in, and hopefully that'll fix your audio issues. But I think we've discussed that topic pretty thoroughly. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Jay, when you come back, I'll give you more time to speak on this prompt. All right. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight is shocked at BLM. This came with a prompt, or a link, sorry. Let's see what the link is. It seems like it's an article. Secret 6 million home has allies and critics skeptical of BLM Foundation's finances. Let me play this audio here.
A group of Black Lives Matters leaders are facing questions about the purchase of a $6 million home in Southern California. It was bought with donations made to the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation, also known as BLM-GNF. This transaction is raising questions about how the social justice organization is using donations. Sean Campbell wrote a story about the home that appeared in New York Magazine this week. He's an investigative journalist and adjunct professor at Columbia Journalism School and joins us now. Welcome.
Thanks for having me on, Elsa. I really appreciate it.
Well, thanks for being with us. So before we get into the story of this home purchase, can you just very quickly tell us the difference between Black Lives Matter and BLM-GNF?
So Black Lives Matter is the name for modern civil rights movement that we currently have. The Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation is a separate autonomous entity that is run by various people and has its own connections. It's a bit of a problem that this organization has become associated as the name of Black Lives Matter when the two are totally separate. There's the movement, we're local activists, and anyone who agrees with the statement that Black Lives Matter. And then there's this organization that's honestly been collecting the majority of the funds.
Okay, well, to give people an idea of the amount of money that this foundation, BLM-GNF, has collected, you say that they've previously reported something like $90 million in donations in 2020 and spent about $30 million of that by February of 2021, this house being one of the purchases. When it comes to this $6 million house, like, what are leaders saying to justify why they spent so much money on it?
Yes, it's a very luxury property. So I can tell you the Global Network Foundation justified the purchase as a space where Black creatives could come and create their art and influence things for the movement. They also, in a memo that I obtained later, wanted to use the home as a safe house when people were feeling threatened or receiving death threats, other things. That was their justification for this.
Well, what do some local chapters of BLM think about these justifications? Like, have any of them made statements about this real estate deal?
So I can say I haven't seen any formal statements just yet, but leaders that I've spoken with some chapters, they're upset. They feel like these resources could have been put to better use. They could have been done more efficiently. I know Tory Russell in Ferguson, he's been working with Mike Brown Sr., who is father of the slain Mike Brown Jr., whose death sparked the protests in Ferguson in 2014. He's been struggling to get $1.2 million for a community center that would have the opportunity to provide safe housing or housing for some of the activists he's seen go homeless.
One of the leaders you say knew about this purchase is Patrisse Cullors. She took to Instagram and she absolutely denies that she misused any funds. She wrote in part, quote, "I want to be clear. While I will always see myself as part of the BLM community, I am no longer in leadership and I am not a part of any decision-making processes within the foundation. I have never misappropriated funds." To be fair, is it possible that this house is exactly what BLM leaders say it is? It's a safe house that's also a space for Black creators.
To be fair, we could say that. I could also tell you that I know that the house is monitored by Patrisse Cullors' brother, and he is paid with BLM funds, and that they've been in regular contact with Patrisse Cullors about the use of the property, while not having that same information available to other activists within the organization. Patrisse wasn't just aware of the home, she used it. She used it for her own personal YouTube channel where she shot a number of videos, which we discuss in the publication, including conversations with Malik Abdullah and Alicia Garza on the patio of the property.
Well, on Twitter, you wrote, quote, "This one has been heartbreaking," and that Black Lives Matter is a statement of fact that is larger than one organization. Can you tell me why you felt the need to post those words?
Because it's true. The fact of the matter is, you know, when I have these conversations with activists and leaders, like it hurts. It hurts for me even honestly report this as a Black person that's experienced a lot of the things that the network is purporting to be working against. Yeah, it hurts. And it hurts me that some people might try and twist this in ways that this organization is somehow standing in for the movement as a whole, which is absolutely false. Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation is a separate entity, has its own leadership. That is not the movement. And I would like that to be the takeaway for anyone who reads the story and anything else and any other problems they have.
Sean Campbell is an investigative journalist and adjunct professor at Columbia Journalism School. He also writes for New York Magazine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. So you heard it in the chat. B. Rodriguez says, "Shocked, never, LMAO. They said they didn't even have a 501c or LLC." BB also says, "Can you say Shell Corp mask as social justice organization?" KW Don 7 is here. He said BLM is controlled opposition. Lero says the fact that we even are having this BLM conversation after Ferguson shows us how we aren't learning lessons and aren't critically and actively engaged with the movement. She goes on to say Darren Seals, RIP, told us about BLM. D-Ray came and clowned in Ferguson as the real leader on the ground are all deceased now. No words for BLM. Kevin Kyrie, what say you to what you just heard?
I'm agreeing with Lero. I'm not shocked. Listen, we're living in the age of grifters. As I said, they're taking in all that money. We don't see it, but they're pocketing. They're no different than you know. I'm not gonna mention the name, but the king grifter. You know, we got to start wising up to these people. We got to start as you know checking the paperwork. You know, when are we gonna say enough is enough?
I hear you. Let's go to Gas Them Up. Gas Them Up, what say you?
Yeah, you know, like Lero said, I think one of the leaders in Ferguson, Missouri, they found this gentleman burned alive in the trunk of a car or something like that. But this is what I was just saying earlier. This is what has to be done. And again, I'm not ADOS or FBA, but just from the outside looking in, Black people in America have to make a tough decision where they have to create communities, and being black can. First, I think the idea of being black has to be removed. I think Dubois wrote his thesis on the Philadelphia Negro, which shows that the Negro in Philadelphia behaved differently than the Negro in Chicago, who behaved differently than the Negro in Texas or the Negro in Detroit, right? So there are regional differences that play out, and those things need to be acknowledged. When you have this all-encompassing term of black, and I get it, there's a sentimental meaning to it, but when you have this term, it allows for what we're seeing here now. So there are many white people, I'm sure, that are even in that BLM organization or BLM movement that identify with black, right? I mean, Rachel Dolezal is showing that, I think what's the future in the next 20 to 30 years, you go on any social media, World Star, Instagram, YouTube, you'll see white girls who are popping gum, acting ghetto, and they say that they're black. And they're like, child, honey, and then they got the sass. You got white boys like I've seen them and like, oh God, bro, and they're black. So I think if you don't create something new to say, and I don't care what you call it, you could call it, whatever. I don't care what name you want to call it, but you have to create something new, exclusive, that's defined by you, with the language, with food, with rules, regulations, code of conduct, age-based this, what the boys are going to do, what the girls are going to do. If you don't have that set in place, you're not going to have a community. It's this 501c3 nonsense, and that's all black people in America have been stuck with. So, again, people say focus on the youth. You can't focus on the youth if you don't have a structure for them, a behavioral structure for them. And in this community sense, it's nonsense to me. You have to have a culture, and culture is not LeBron James and dancing and doing the moonwalk. No, culture is rules, regulations. I've always said that. I got that from Amin Ra, who was African American, who moved to Kenya. May he rest in peace. If you don't have rules, regulations, structure, things that are put in place, and that's the hard part. And I think no one wants to do that. That's the Band-Aid no one wants to rip off. Because when you rip off the Band-Aid, then you're able to say, hey, listen, Black Lives Matter. If you want to represent the people we don't rock with that are not a part of us, go ahead. But you can't represent us because we have a language, we have a way that we speak. We even have foods that we eat, and it ain't soul food. We'll come up with brand new foods. That's, I think, what should be the direction. So when you have that now, it's almost impossible, for Black Lives Matter to come in and so-called hijack or take over the plight and the suffering of people, in my opinion.
Just quickly, Brother Bakari is here. Peace to Brother Bakari. If you're listening to my voice right now, make sure to hit the like button, whether you're live or in the playback. Make sure to hit the like button.
Koku, 2 seconds, bro. Shout out to my big brother Bakari. I invited him to the show tonight. Hopefully he comes on. But shout out to my big brother Bakari.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, so it's family. Welcome, Brother Bakari. You can click the link that I posted just a few minutes ago, and you could join the panel if you decide to. In the chat, really quickly, Brother Bakari earlier said, popping gum and acting ghetto is not black. I think he said that in response to gas him up. He said, this guy sounds like he wants to get away from being black. I guess he's talking to gas him up, not sure. KW Don 7 earlier said that, how are you a Marxist, socialist, communist, and buy luxury real estate for personal use? Let me welcome in Lero to the panel. How are you tonight, sister?
I'm doing well. I hope you are well and everybody else too.
I'm well, thank you. What say you to this? Are you shocked at BLM?
I mean, no, like I said, after Ferguson, I'm from St. Louis, so I lived in Ferguson at the time that Mike Brown was killed. And
oh, wow.
After seeing everything that went on in the city in regards to Black Lives Matter and just kind of some of the grassroots orgs that have, been active in the community. I mean, even those who don't live there and don't know maybe like everything that went down, just what happened after Ferguson, how many more like does like Black Lives Matter pop up, Philando Castile, what was it, Alton Sterling, like there's just so many, and nothing happens, nothing changes, bodies still drop. There's been no material change in any communities. You've had chapters, even just recently in 2020, Black Lives Matter chapters who, were complaining, and had to separate against Black Lives Matter because they're not even being heard by this organization, about their needs that they're facing in the community, the brutality. They had cop cars, unmarked cars, just scooping people up, disappearing them, and like, I just feel like because we are so like mobilized and everything's just kind of like a hype, a media craze, like nobody's talking so much about the race. Maybe like, okay, Twitter's kind of more like your bubble, but you get on other social media, nobody really cares too much, as bodies continue to drop, it's just, we are not actively and critically engaged with our conditions. And because we treat our conditions as like just this hype or just a fad or like a trend, a social media trend, I mean, it's why we don't get any type of, material change. And it's just, so Black Lives Matter has been kind of dead to me for some years now. I haven't really expected much, and I don't see how other people can too. How many years will we have to go before we say, hey, like, what's going on, till we ask questions, So
I appreciate that. In the chat, the pro Black perspective says, but was it Black folks who were donating? I have to mute you. Was it Black folks who were donating to BLM? And then he says the issue is we live in their nation. They can buy us easy. They already did. Let's go to D-Web now. D-Web, what say you to this?
Yeah, just to piggyback on what Lero was saying, because I was fucking in Litchfield, which may be like an hour from Ferguson, Litchfield, Illinois at the time. But people have spoke on this since 2015. You know what I'm saying? The whole BLM grift. Even the local chapters have spoken on how the national organization hasn't been sending them funds and things like that. You know what I'm saying? People have been speaking of it for years, so it's kind of crazy to me that it's came up like this after the election, the 2020 election. You had the local chapters speaking on how they're not getting any of these funds, and it's more than 90 million. 90 million is a low estimation. That's just 2020. Like, this has been going on since 2015. They've been collecting millions of dollars since 2015. So you're missing 5-6 years of funds from this estimation they gave. But to me, this is just more so the media getting ahead of what's to come. You know what I'm saying? And we've seen this lots of times with these different organizations that they sacrifice their own prior. You know what I'm saying? You get your grift on, and then once it's time for you to go, you go. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a constant theme you've seen. And it doesn't even stop with just Darren Seals. You know what I'm saying? There have been several leaders who were there, grounds, boots on ground in Ferguson, who have turned up dead in the same manner of being shot in a burnt vehicle. Like, it ain't just one. You know what I'm saying? So what's the odds of that? So people have spoken on these things, but if you only rely on the national media to supply you your news or whatever, you won't even heard of none of this. You know what I'm saying? This is why you got to kind of get back to the essence of being in tune of people in different areas, and we have this great asset, bro. We have this great asset of media. We have great asset of social media. We have this great asset of knowing each other, who know different people in different cities. Talk to people, man, and see what's actually going on in those areas, and stop relying on CNN and Fox News or whatever to supply you your news, because you're just being fed propaganda. And if you had paid attention to what people were saying beforehand, this would have got shut down 4 or 5 years ago. This is old news to me. I'm sitting here like, this is a Today article. This is why is this not marked 2019? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's all I got, man.
Let's welcome in Brother Bakari. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good, my brother. How about you?
I right here, man. I'm good. You heard the audio just now about BLM and the discussion so far. What say you to this? Are you shocked at BLM?
No, I'm not shocked at BLM. I never supported BLM.
Right.
I never supported it because of the name. Because I'm gonna tell you why. I always wondered who we were trying to get to understand that our life matter. I don't have to beg nobody to know my life matter. I
Absolutely.
always I always thought that was a reach trying to get I always felt there was like a beg for acceptance, and I never trusted any leader that would come up, anybody that would come up with that name. That's just me personally. That's why I never dealt with it. Then you go and you read their you could go online, read their mission statement and everything, and it was shit. It was should have been gay lives matter is what it should have said. Once you read
Absolutely. Anti-family. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, yes, yes. Once you read about it, so I never ever supported it. I never got excited about the name. It never did anything for me. I could just look and tell that just listening to the name let me know, okay, it's something phony about this, and I'm just being honest. Then I had my other dude that I used to follow, and we used to talk about it. And it was just something about that I didn't follow. That just didn't connect with me. So Black Lives Matter was never. This does not surprise me about Black Lives Matter. I don't think that was black people sending them that money anyway. My honest opinion, they probably got some from black people, but the more majority of their money probably came from white folks or whoever else that they claim they were complaining about. Them, yep, and that group Antifa who was out there with them at one time.
Right.
And so for what I heard, because my phone was in and out and I came in late. When I heard I don't know the guy name, and I was not trying to start any beef or anything on your panel or anything like that, right?
Oh, gassed
But
him up? No, no, no. Okay.
but when I heard him say he see white girls smacking gum and popping their neck and acting ghetto, and now they're black. They're not black. You can't just be black. You have to be born black. Rachel Dolezal is not the future of black women. Uh, that is something that we handle, and I won't get away from the term black. I don't see anything wrong with it. I say African. People see a term, whatever we say, whenever we say something, people tend to find something wrong with it. We have to be a collective. We know we're not monolithic and everybody's going to think the exact same way. So because a brother in Chicago and a brother in Philly act different, that's okay. They still brothers. Shit, I'm from down south. I'm from Mississippi. And when I was in the military, brothers from down south, brothers from the East Coast, everybody hung with where they was from. But when we got together, there was no problem. We were still brothers. So we were still black regardless. So we can't run. We can run. It doesn't make a difference what you call yourself. They gonna have a problem with it, and I'm not trying to figure out a way to make someone else happy with me. Even with the term, you hear people say hotep now. That became an insult. All the hotep hustlers. So people are actually named Tyrone. So now that became an insult. You find people who nickname was Pookie your whole life, and that became a problem. We got to stop running from what somebody might see as a problem with us. Stop worrying about them. How do we see us? That's what's most important. I'm not worried about what other people think. It's how what we think about us and how we see us. In the way we see us, then we will show ourselves that we matter and we become one round the world, wherever you're from. You my brother, no problem. I yield the mic.
I agree with that. Since you mentioned him, let's go to gas him up.
No, I think other people haven't gone, so I'll wait.
Okay. Did I get D-Web yet on this?
Yeah. You got me, bro.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Damn it. Appleton. Kevin Carray, what say you to this?
Yeah, I spoke first. No.
All right, Mr. Untouchable.
Cool, wasted.
Word up. Yo, gas him up. Go, bro. Go.
Anyway, shout out to my big brother from Mississippi in the house. Black Lives Matter, they declare themselves as Marxists and LGBT, whatever. And they had an agenda for that organization. I think it's important to find out who your leaders is in an organization before you actually join it. But what's funny is that they take the term Black Lives Matter, no problem. But there are many different black organizations within the length and breadth of the United States. You know what I mean? And they fight for the same kind of so-called civil rights issues and police brutality and all these kinds of things. So why is the focus so centered on this particular organization? Why are they getting so much funding when they have so many various different organizations? And something came to me when Hillary Clinton said that, you know, because of the financial situation that BLM find themselves in, that she would, I guess, head up some kind of situation where she's gonna associate and couple herself with our organization. Not to say that she wasn't a part of the organization all along, you know what I mean? But I just feel like it's not representative of. I don't think it's representative of black people's sentiment, you know, in entirely, or even on a small scale. They represent a very small population ideologically of black people. I would assume in the United States of America, because most black Americans are not Marxists, and most of them are not. Well, many of them have this idea LGBT now, but that's not always been the case. You know, I think that black people in America are very conservative. You know, very very conservative. So for them to have this idea, when you say Black Lives Matter, people will get galvanized behind it on the name alone, not understanding that the ideas that is behind it is fundamentally anti-blackness.
And Mr. Untouchable, not to cut you off, bro, but look it up, bro. It's a neighborhood, Inglewood, bro. They had they tried to march through there not too long, I think, after the George Floyd protest, BLM, and those brothers and sisters in the neighborhood said, nah.
See,
We
I
good.
mean,
Like we working with the police here. We have our own organization.
Yes, sir. Yes,
and
sir.
we're
Yes,
solving
sir.
problems. And they're like, we don't want y'all coming through here. You
Yes,
know what I'm
sir.
saying? And half of them didn't look like us.
Yeah. Exactly. You had a
that's all
guy
I got
called
to say.
Hey, D Web, did you see what happened in New Jersey with Al Sharpton when he showed up? Him and Ben Crump.
It's over.
Yeah, they said like we don't want Al Sharpton here.
Yeah, they don't represent the majority of, but they have that title, and people who don't know better don't organize behind it, not understanding that these people are completely against the interests of what black people represent. But you know, people rising up, you know, just like D Web and other brothers have stated, Al Sharpton can't walking around so much in certain areas of New York no more, because people, they know their game, so the jig is up, and whatever's happening to them, that's on them. Personally, I don't think Black Lives Matter organization is a black organization. That's on a personal thing, but that's just me. You know what I mean? But I'll leave the mic.
Yeah, to me, BLM is nothing more than a democratic shill.
Yeah, absolutely. In the chat, Daily Affirmations by Pauline said, I was so convinced that BLM was a movement for the diaspora like the 60s, like MLK, X, etc. Truly disappointed. I wonder if this prompt means that, I think someone else mentioned it too, that folks aren't really looking into these things. They're just going with the catchword or the catchphrase, and that's it. And that's why, you know, D-Web talks about this a lot, man. That's why it can't just be about blackness and all that kind of stuff, man. People gotta, because if you just make it about blackness, when you use that buzzword, that keyword, people will just follow, and people will follow right off the cliff. You know, Marcus McGee says, going to my first Pan-African conference at the end of the month in Detroit, Michigan. All right, I gotta look that up. I gotta look it up. Thanks for letting us know about that. And welcome to the chat. Bibi Rodriguez says, let's look how far this financial audit will go with BLM, considering they're being protected from scrutiny, right? That's their connections. You know what I mean? Brother Bakari's in the chat saying, Team Black, United We Stand. Hashtag United We Stand. Bibi Rodriguez says, Mr. Untouchable laugh is hilarious and contagious. Laughing my ass off. Jay, did I ever hear from you? Did your audio get done?
No, but I wanna say something, and I'll keep it short before the connection acts up again. Yeah. In Europe, in the Netherlands, it was the very first BLM sister. Yes, indeed, a sister. The very first BLM organizer, chapter, or whatever that you want to call it. She had a son of 5 or 6 years old, and he wanted to be a princess, and she dressed him as a princess and said that she could do nothing about it. And that's our mothers, right? That's the mothers of our children. That's one. Two, in the COVID days, and it's well known that it's a shield for the Democratic Party, right? I believe there's laws that limit donations, and so this was a way to get extra donations or whatever. But in the Netherlands, in the COVID days, it looked like people came to these BLM events as because there were no festivals. It were alternatives for festivals. People that had nothing to do. People that gave you that look. White folks, Turkish folks, Moroccan folks that gave you as a black person that look were at those BLM events, and they were there just as an alternative for festivals. There were no festivals because of COVID. So what do? We go to the Black Lives Matter event. It was ridiculous. Another thing, it's LGBTQ and feminist. There were activists that are in it for years, right? And so this girl in Amsterdam organized a BLM event, and they gave her the mic, and she literally said, well, when white females call the police for domestic violence, the police comes immediately, and when black women call for the police for domestic violence, they don't come. And the two brothers that are activists for years, they had it was like a slapstick, right?
Oh no, it sounds like you cut out.
Okay, I said it. I said what I had to say. I hope
All right.
you heard it.
Yeah. I think we're supposed to come back to gas them up. We'll give you the last word.
Yeah, so I'm just going to reiterate again that my position is still one that says in this country, community is not this 501c3 community leadership nonsense. In order to create a culture, you have to have a defined language, food, organization, hierarchy. You have to have a code of conduct for the boys, for the women, for the girls. That's missing for this all-encompassing umbrella term called blackness. I'm not against being black or anything of that nature. I'm just showing you that in many instances, us on this panel as so-called enlightened black people or woke black people, we can understand what being black is. But when we're talking about the media, which has the sway and the minds of the people, they can push blackness to be whatever they want it to be, which is why you see there's this nonsense called the Island Boys, and it's happening. I mean, you look at the NBA now; it's just a bunch of biracial children who look necessarily black, but their alignments and what they align with is their white mothers who gave birth to them, or the white system that adopted them. So I just want to say this, and maybe people can sleep on it. Perhaps there's a way to create a community outside of the confines of the state, and I think black people in America don't know what that is. They don't know how to have a community that's not tied to the state. It's always tied to state, and when I mean the state, I mean the Western government. I mean governmental organizations, whether it's an NGO or a nonprofit. And I'm saying that, that there should be some sort of alternative to that. And I think that the system in this country would kick very hard against that, because then you would have real community control. Because then a man would tell a young boy, you shouldn't be on the corner. And the perfect examples of that, the Hasidic Jews in New York City are a perfect example of that. Right. And so they have a community that, of course, they're in the state. They embrace modernity. They drive cars and whatnot. But they have rules, regulation, culture, behavior, norms, language that that they have to abide by. And I think black people worldwide, like I said, because in Africa they're trying to run away from it, but black people in America have to create that. They have to create it, and they have to abide by it. You can look again, the Amish are another example. So that's all I'll end with.
Appreciate that. Brother Bakari said, Charlie, I understand now. You're not saying they are black. You're saying that it's something the media is pushing. All right. I think I got everyone for that topic. Pardon me for forgetting who I got to in the previous topic. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. I want to thank everyone who's here tonight in the chat. Thank you for all the likes. Make sure to like the video if you're here. Thank you guys in the chat for your comments and questions, etc. That's very helpful to us. And thank you guys who are on the panel tonight. This Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is we have to discuss this tweet. I know he posts what the tweet is. So this is the tweet. It says, melanin does not equal black. Black is specific to one ethnic group, foundational Black Americans, and the indigenous of this land. Anyone not of our ethnic group is not black. So we're talking about the gatekeeping of blackness here. I think D-Web stepped away. Luro, did you see this tweet? What were your thoughts to it?
I did see the tweet. I didn't engage it because it just kind of gets redundant. Constantly engaging these type of folk. To be honest, it's just out of ignorance and just trying to like morph this like false identity. I don't really like what all these FBA ADOS are doing and trying to divide the ethnic group. I mean, it's kind of sad because it seems like it's just like an identity crisis, and I hate that like because as an African American that we're having this public kind of identity crisis, and I don't know what is even to be gained out of gatekeeping blackness. Even if how do you even do such is my thing. And and I don't even think these people know themselves on like what it is they're doing. They don't seem to really have many objectives. It's just about clout narratives. I don't know. It's just incredibly ignorant in my opinion, and yeah, that's really all I gotta say on it.
Brother Bakari, what say you to this? Bring up your volume because I could barely hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
It's still low. Can you make it louder?
How about now?
Okay, it's better. Okay, go ahead.
I say it's the gatekeeper of stupidity, not the gatekeeper of blackness. For the foundation of black only represent the foundation of Black Americans and the indigenous people of this land. And you know what? The sad thing is, I think that's just stupid. The lady who just spoke before me was nice. She said ignorant. I call them stupid. I ain't gonna be that nice. But the crazy thing, the other night when we were on the fan base app, remember Mr. Untouchable when you came in our room?
Yeah.
After Mr. Untouchable spoke, there was a young man. It's a young man on there, 24 years old, and he been listening to that FBA talk. Then Mr. Untouchable, Bahamian, right? So then we had a sister on there from Kenya, and the young brother was like, "Wow, I've been listening to FBA and ADOS, and they said the people from the Caribbean and Africa don't even like us, and all of us on here together talking about what black people can do. Maybe I need to stop listening to them." I was like, yes, that's what you need to do. You need to stop listening to them because they are pushing it so hard and it's just stupid. And the only thing it's doing, it's creating a divide. That's it. That's all it's doing. It's creating division. And I think that's absolutely stupid for whoever did that tweet to say something like that. But look, I thank you for letting me speak. Mr. Untouchable, good for inviting me. I've already subscribed. So look, man, I'm gonna be back soon. I got to bounce though. It's late. Had something else I had to holler at my partner, but I thank y'all for letting me speak. It was nice meeting everybody on the panel. And Jose, good talking to you again too, my brother. And peace to everybody in the chat. One love.
Appreciate you for coming, brother. Appreciate you for coming.
And we're here every Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So join us, man. You're welcome back anytime. D-Web is back. D-Web, what say you to this?
Yeah, these are the people you don't need to engage. Just block them. Like the brother only said, once you see that foundational Black American bullshit, that's the most bullshit term I've ever heard in my life. That's the dumbest thing I've ever. You are proving, and to me, it's a great thing. I embrace when these movements come around because it shows you. Because I think you had a period maybe 10, 15 years ago. Everybody was Pan-African. Everybody's throwing on kente cloth. Everybody's wearing traditional African garments. Everybody's following Dr. Umar and listening to or watching, I would say, what's Tariq Nasheed's joint? The colors hidden, whatever.
Hidden Colors, yeah.
Yeah. So everybody's doing that. They jumping on the wave. Now everybody's jumping on this wave, this foundational Black American or ADOS wave. It's great. It weeds out the people that would turn you in. Okay. These are the people that would tell on you. Yeah. Okay. So what you're seeing right now is the trash taking itself out. You know what I'm saying? Embrace it. Embrace it. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. You know what I'm saying? If the police shoot you, they're not going to check your ID and see, oh, this was a foundational Black American we shot. Oh, no. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter. You have kinky hair and brown skin. You are all one and the same. You know what I'm saying? If something goes down, it doesn't matter what your nationality is. You still going to get it just like any other, melanated brother or sister out here. So to me,
I'm going to do Diallo.
Exactly. So to me, it is just the trash taking itself out. And once I see these certain tags, once I see the American flag hanging in the joint or whatever, I kind of know what it is. You know what I'm saying? I kind of know what it is. Once I see you talking more about immigrants than reparations, which you say you're about, then I know what it is. I know what it is. You done fell victim to the PSYOP. You're one of the 85%. And you're just going to go wherever the wind blows. You know what I'm saying? So to me, this is, I'm sure Oni's going to dissect this probably tomorrow. But it's ridiculous, yo. And to these type of people you see, bro, just block them because they really hold no power. They probably not doing anything in their community. They're on Twitter. They're making tweets about dumb shit that somebody else said, and they're co-signing that. Just block them because they're nobodies in real life 9 times out of 10. You know what I'm saying? And we don't need to engage these people. So good riddance. You know what I'm saying?
D-Web, you heard what happened with Michi X, what she did to Tariq Nasheed and the FBA?
No, I didn't hear that.
She trademarked Foundational Black American and the Hidden History Museum. So now Tariq can't use that term anymore.
And that's what he was gonna give him. He was gonna take $1 million and give you a virtual museum, which he can pay an IT guy maybe $50K. And pocket $950. You know what I'm saying? And these people they still not even talking about the museum money that he grifted off of. You know what I'm saying? How many years later? It's been a year after that fundraiser ended. They're not saying nothing about it, yo.
That's Tether talk, D-Web. That's Tether talk.
It's bananas. And thank God I'm around. You know what I'm saying? You can't get more Black and American Negro than my Alabama, Mississippi asses, right? By way of Chicago. Right. So when I talk, you gotta listen. You can't call me a tether. There's not a person from an island as far as I know, from anywhere outside of America in my bloodline. So when I call you stupid, I mean you're stupid. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't come from any other place than I think you're not a smart person and you're being led by grifters. So I've relayed this to these people, and it's come to the point where I just like, yo, if you keep on down this path, I'm just gonna block you. Or I have no. It's stupid, yo. It's an obvious psyop. Whereas though, and to all of the people you have smoke with, right? Of all the people you Africans, as a Black American, Africans, the people who hold no power in the say of your life, and whether you get hired or fired from a job, upon whether you get a promotion or not, upon whether you can get into the school or not, and how many Africans have a say in that? You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's an obvious psyop. And if you can't see that, you're obviously retarded. And I have no use for you. You know, get the block. You feel me?
The pro-Black perspective, that's only to say in the chat, said they talk this stuff to get engagement. And they did get engagement because even some folks that I'm familiar with on Twitter was there. She came back. She said, classic to see these immigrants all over this tweet. I said, what the F? I said, get mad. Betrayed Maroon, good brother right there. He says, when English is your only language and you don't know African history, you come up with ahistorical takes like this. Lil Big Brother says you can call it bullshit. That would be 100% acceptable. Gong Principle jumped on this too. Said this is absurd. The term black was not created or specifically only Americans of the USA. If we go down a little further, we get a few people, who I frequently see tweets from, who jumped on this as well. I think I'm a Bookman at one point jumped on Great House as well. Gassed them up. After hearing this tweet, what say you to this?
I'm probably going to say something controversial. I have no problem with this tweet. As a matter of fact, I actually agree with the tweet in the sense that if these people who say they're FBA or whatever, fine. If that's the identity, if that's the culture, if you're Native American, Aboriginal, I have no beef with that. Can you create a culture out of it? Right, I was on another platform. This gentleman, he called himself Tommy Tomahawk. He says he has a series called Hidden Collard Greens or Hidden Collards. But I was making fun of him. I called him Hidden Collard Greens. He said he was the Hidden Collards. And he was talking this Native American Aboriginal. I said, sure, great. Can you tell me some Native American Aboriginal customs that your people do? And he had nothing for me. He said cornbread. He said jazz music. He said Palo Mayembe is Native American. It was just poor attempts at rewriting history. And again,
I actually saw someone saying something similar on Twitter, and they were talking about corn and cornrows and corn.
Yeah, and hey, look, but again, I'm not going to argue with anyone in terms of the history. I have no point in that. What my fight is, if you want to be FBA, sure, I'll support you. I'm a tether, no problem. Can you create a culture out of it? Can you make sure your girls aren't like Meg Thee Stallion, aren't like Lizzo? Can you make sure your boys are not like NBA Youngboy? And when you press them on that, when you tell them, hey, can you create a community that's not 501c3 based? Can you have a community of elders, a council of elders that sets rules and regulations? Can you create food, right? New diets that are healthy? Can you come up with a new language? When you press them on the hard work to create a culture, it fizzles into thin air. That's what I would say.
Right, I feel you on that. I just lost my place here. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. What say you to this?
This Appleton, how cool all mess up today. It's hilarious. Hey, listen, man. I am happy to live in a free society where people could have ridiculous opinions and people still listen to them. Like my brother was saying that some people who are so far gone, you just have to just let it go. And I to that extent, I say we agree. I reached that point. You can't argue with stupid. And it comes to a point in time, it's almost like arguing with the wall and expecting them to come back with a logical, reasonable analysis on something. It's not going to happen, brother. They are just as good as their leader is. And their leader he's opportunist, whatever he is, you know what I mean? But he seems to be able to galvanize a bunch of ignorant people. And if he wants to be the king of that, no problem, man. You got it. Yeah, you got it. I ain't gonna be mad at you. I think that it's interesting now that we have a gauge right now because you really can't tell who is who. So all the people who always had these sentiments, they coming out of the woodwork and they exposing themselves to who they are, which is a good thing. You know who not to really mess with, and who could listen and who could reason. My sister, Bebe Rodriguez, we don't necessarily see eye to eye, but she continues to come back to at least engage in the dialogue. Even though she may not agree with 100% of the things what we say, she keeps coming back. So there's something in what we are discussing that she feels is friendly to her ear that she wants to listen to and absorb. So one day maybe we could agree on some things. She is not too far gone, But for people like this, you got to charge them to the game, man. Charge them to the game, you know?
Did I hear from Jay on this one before?
No, and I can keep it short. 2 years ago, we were critical about this term black. We were asking, where is Blackistan? You know, black is not an ethnicity, and right now, black Americans want to make black their identity, their lineage. So okay, so there is a Blackistan, right? Point me to Blackistan. That's all.
I got you, Kevin Carre. You get the last word on this.
I'm looking at it from. I'm going to put on my Mr. Untouchable hat here. I'm looking at it from another point of view. I just think white people see this shit and they're like, you know what? Hey guys, let's make up these these black emojis. Let's find some random black person on the internet, use their photo, and just divide these people even more. I think there's some white people doing this shit in the background too. No one can be this goddamn stupid. That's what I gotta say.
I feel you on that, because there was another tweet, not by this person, by another seemingly black woman, based on the profile picture, who said something like, where is African America? Like, where is the landmass African America? And she got a lot of engagement, and seemingly out of nowhere. Like, you don't know these people. Like, in my Twitter space, so to speak, I see stuff from D-Web, How Charlie Podcast, Only to Say, and a few of the other people like who follow them or something. So there's like this little ecosystem, if you will. Where do these people just suddenly come up in your timeline with this kind of stuff? I'm very skeptical of that stuff, to be real. BB Rodriguez in the chat, or if it's not a person, like a white person behind it, is there something in the algorithm that pushes some of these talking points up ahead? I'm very skeptical of it. BB Rodriguez in the chat said, I come back because I love my black people. For example, descendants of transatlantic slave trade, my tribe. I don't believe in scam Africanism. Okay, that's a knock at Pan-Africanism, of course. D-Web wanted to say something?
Yeah, real quick, man. Yeah, it is like if you don't notice, it's a little like almost a star thing at the top, like your Twitter feed, if you have Twitter, if you use it, and it will say something along the lines of, like your home feed will be filled with like, your top tweets or something rather than what's recent. You need to change that to what's recent, because that's how they shadow ban people. They act like they're feeding you the things that you engage with the most. And in reality, they're weeding out anything they don't want you to see, or what they want you to see. So you need to pay attention to this, and it'll reset itself every once in a while. So every once in a while, you gotta go click the star thing and say most recent tweets, because then the people that you actually follow, their stuff is showing chronological order. Outside of that, they'll decide what you need to see. You know what I'm saying? And I'm almost positive I haven't got shadow banned many a time. So you need to relay that to your followers, that if you follow me on this certain platform, you need to change the setting to see the tweets in chronological order rather than what they want you to see.
Damn, that's real good to know. Thanks for that. Yeah, so I think we tackled that topic. I think I got everyone on that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is, maybe now black people will love their spirituality, or 4, see here. I gotta tell y'all, this prompt, I wasn't sure what this means, so let's figure it out together.
White women are now appropriating and claiming hair textures of black women, claiming that they have fussy hair. We are also looking at white women, again, and they're everywhere doing all sorts of things. Busy bees, I tell you, they don't get tired. So African spirituality is now a trend for them, and they just can't get their hands off of it. Let's get into it.
Should you deem to be okay?
White women are now appropriating and claiming hair textures of black women, claiming that they head
Wait, I'm sorry about
textures
that.
of black
I have
women,
some
claiming that they
technical difficulty here. Give me 1 second to figure out what the hell is going on here. All right, let's do this again.
head
Wait, I'm sorry about
textures
that.
of black
I have
women,
some
claiming that they
All right. I think I figured out that problem. Hold on a second. Oh, that's what happened. My browser crashed, and I was looking at different things. So my bad. All right, let's do this again. Let me share the screen.
white women are now appropriating and claiming head textures of black women, claiming that they have fussy hair. We are also looking at white women, again, and they're everywhere doing all sort of things. Busy bees, I tell you, they don't get tired. So African spirituality is now a trend for them and they just can't get their hands off of it. Let's get into it.
Should you move to the UK? No. Should you move to Ireland? Yes, absolutely.
I have so many questions, but first of all, are those not chicken bones? These bones. These are bones from like drumsticks, right? Oh my god, my stomach. Or maybe turkey bones because these bones are big. Or vultures. What bones are these? Where did you get them from, ma'am? Amazon, do they sell bones? Like, imagine culture vultures using vulture bones.
Have you met your soulmate? Yes, you have. I'm seeing the letter either N or possibly M, if that means anything to you.
Wait. What did I miss? Like, you literally cannot even blink because before you open your eyes, these people are doing something. You're like, when did this happen? I beg you. Is this not the same practice that these people told us was demonic? Is it not it that is this? Abi, what am I seeing? What am I looking at really? Like, these people literally copy everything. They tell you that everything about you is bad, and then you turn around and you see that that's exactly what they are doing now. They've done it with hair, they do it with skin, they do it with every single freaking thing. Like, the hell? After convincing Africans that this is bad, and now they are doing it. Oh, now it's no longer demonic because it's white people that's doing it. You know, this trend, it has tired me. Oh, I'm like so freaking tired of this trend where if we are doing it, there is a problem. But then when they do it, when they pick it up, when they appropriate, when they steal, it's okay. It's not demonic anymore. It's not backward or uncivilized or dirty or whatever nasty names that they used to describe us when we were doing it and our practices. Now it's okay. But who's sending messages through the bones though? What ancestors are sending messages through these bones? I mean, where are the bones from? But what ancestors know how to send messages? Your ancestors have no connection to these practices. So who is sending the messages and giving the answers for you to read through the bones? Who? You literally have no connection to this practice. Literally no connection to this practice. Like, what is this? So white people are out here calling on their ancestors. Which one? From which time exactly? Which ancestors? The fact that these people believe that their ancestors are in heaven. First of all, let's talk about that. They even call them beloved ancestors. Your ancestors are not beloved. This comment says they will copy anything. They don't even acknowledge extended family, but now calling ancestors. Shake my head, I swear. This white lady told me about how the drum class she had was about her ancestors, etc. And they were African drums. Dead. What I want to know is what could they possibly want to discuss with their ancestors? What could they possibly want to talk to the ancestors for? They want tips on how to do more terrible things, or they want to ask their ancestors to save them a seat in hell? What exactly? These people turn everything into a trend. And I cannot say I'm surprised that they are doing this with spirituality. And they just look stupid doing it.
I have 4C hair. My father was North African. My mom is whiter than Casper. Lady, don't ever in your white life disrespect us like that again. Just stop it. They colonizing everything. First it was twerking, it was box braids, it's rap music, it's the way we talk. Now they colonizing hair textures. White women can't have 4C hair.
If we are not careful and deliberate and put our legs firmly on the ground, especially us here on the continent who are still living in this bubble, not understanding how the world works, a day is going to come, we are not going to own anything that was once ours, not what's left of it at this point. Absolutely nothing would belong to us. Because if right underneath our noses, with our memory still sharp, with us still remembering history, these people are laying claims to things that don't belong to them, to things that they demonized, and acting like they didn't do any of these things. If these people are inserting themselves in spaces right before our noses, right now, if we are not careful in pushing these people out, if we are not deliberate about saying no, a time would come, nothing would belong to us, and that is scary. The crazy thing is, we already know what these people have done and how they've claimed things that did not belong to them. Until today, they did not return it. And we still continue to be kumbayaing here. I'm like, what are we doing? What exactly are we freaking doing? Africans, protecting what is ours is not a bad thing. Making sure your doors are locked is a good thing. It's about time we start listening to African Americans. They've been telling us forever. It's about time we start listening. They've been doing this forever. And unfortunately, it's not going to stop here. It's not just going to stop at them appropriating hair and them taking on spirituality, African spirituality. We have to protect ourselves, build our fences high. That's not a bad thing to do for our protection, for our survival, for our continuous existence. This is a necessity, and I hope we one day see it. Culture is meant to be shared. Culture is meant to be shared. This is not sharing of culture. This started originally as the annihilation of our culture. And after they had annihilated a good chunk of it, they are coming back to take over what's left. We don't have the time. You see the time on the screen? It's a sign there is no time, and we are wasting the one we have. To my African American brothers and sisters, you guys have been staying on their necks and you guys have been doing it gracefully. And I want to say good job, like good job. It's so sad we didn't start listening to you guys on time, but we'll keep up now.
My hair is strong enough to break a comb. Have you ever broken a comb? Have you ever broken a brush? Black women have. I cannot tell y'all how many times a day I get comments like this about my type 4 hair, but the same brittle bandits that's talking about my hair being bad hair or women with type 4 hair having bad hair have 3 strands of hair in their head. You wet their hair and it disappears. And they always use these same talking points about our hair being couch stuffers or how they used our hair to scrub pots and clean kitchens. Okay, you're not doing nothing but proving that our hair has been better than yours. Your hair is thin, brittle, and useless. We have hair, you have fur. Until your hair rises towards the sun and until your hair is strong enough to break a comb, there isn't a damn thing you can tell me about the beautiful coils that grow out my scalp.
Okay. Where's Ozuli, by the way? Ozuli, if you're listening, tap in. Let me drop the invite link. And again, anyone who wants to join the panel can. Just click that link. You don't need any extra software or hardware. You could join from your phone, and you could be on the panel and have your opinion heard as well. Kevin Carey 42, let's start with you. What say you to this oddly worded prompt? Maybe now black people will love their spirituality or 4C. Oh, now I get it. Or 4C here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say at this point? We all preach about this, but I've been preaching it more. I'm like, listen, we have to get these people out of our culture. The people, I don't blame white people because they're doing what they're supposed to do. It's people within our group that's inviting these people in. And when you invite these people in, they get very comfortable. What they say, there's an old Arab saying, once the camel gets into the tent, you can't really get them out. You know, why do we keep letting these people in? And one person, although he's not white, but one person I always criticize is this guy China Mac. He always says, "Oh, I am part of the culture because I'm rapping like you," or I went to jail. Look at that statement saying because he went to jail, that's associated with being black. This is crazy. We have to start it now. Get rid of these people, or as she says, we're not going to have this culture anymore. I digress.
Jay, let's see if your connection is good. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's check it out. First, yeah, I wanna be critical on the sister cheering Black Americans for being on the necks of white people. I'm sorry, African sister, but we have learned integration. We have learned to integrate by looking at Black Americans. So no, that's not it. And the I break calms with my hair. This whole hair talk. I'm tired of the hair talk. You know, I mean, black men are being blamed for sisters wearing weave and hair heads. So please, man, spare me from the hair thing. But what I wanted to talk about, what I wanted to touch, is the African spirituality. So next to me sleeps someone. When I dream, that someone tells me details in my dream, right? So this African spirituality is a real thing. It's real, and you know these white card readers, and I saw a white before the connection was weak. I saw a white woman play with bones. Man, fuck that shit. They people can be checked, and it's with Koku, I had this chat about Christianity and Islam, and Christianity is full of African spirituality. At a certain point, Nebuchadnezzar was tired of false people, right? And I look at these white people, and I don't believe them. But I'm sorry that I'm going to use a biblical reference, but at a certain point, Nebuchadnezzar was tired of these false witch doctors, right? These false bush doctors, and he said, "I'm not going to tell you what I dreamt. You are going to tell me what I dreamt." And that's how you approach these guys. And so these white people will not make it, and tell your people to find someone that is connected with the Most High. I don't know how else to call it. Find someone who is connected with the Most High and test him. They don't mind being tested. The good ones, the real ones, the ones with actual spiritual power, they don't mind to be tested. That's all.
I appreciate that. D-Web, let's go to D-Web next. D-Web, what say you to this video on this prompt?
I kind of go back to the practicality, like Mr. Untouchable says. It's like, okay, so what are you gonna do about it? Particularly to the first part. It's like, so you got white women practicing African spirituality or grifting off of it and all. So what are you gonna do about it?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And to the 4C hair argument, I don't even engage in that, because honestly, the biggest people making profits off of black people's hair are Asians. You know what I'm saying? I had this conversation with a brother earlier. It's crazy how the world comes in full circles like this. But I was having this conversation. It's like, you don't even control the one thing that is unique to your phenotype is black hair. You don't even control that. You know, and she shouted out Black American women for putting the boots on the necks. It's like Black American women are the one who promoted the Brazilian bundles. You know what I'm saying? That the Hawaiian silky, the blonde, blue, red weave, right? And calling this natural. Oh, they had weave in ancient Kemet. You know, like, to me, this whole video to me is so ass backwards, and part of why we're in this hamster wheel where we're at, because it's like you're calling out something. However, you have zero power to change that. On top of that, you're giving big ups to the same demographic that actually empowered people to grift your culture and grift your hair. You know what I'm saying? And to me, this is kind of like a video, because it's ironic. This comes up when you got this Crown Act thing going down. You got to pay attention to the big circle. So you got this Crown Act, whereas we're going to pass legislation where if you have certain hair types, you can't be discriminated in the workplace, which is bullshit, because they can fire you. They can make up anything and fire you for anything. You know what I'm saying? You sign a contract saying basically they can fire you before you get any job in America. You sign a contract saying that you have to obey the rules and regulations of that that company, of that entity, of that organization, and they can make up anything on the fly and just fire you off the rip. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's a bunch of posturing. The Crown Act is a bunch of bullshit, but you know they're gonna do the electric slide after it's passed or whatever, and you know, in reality, it means absolutely nothing. And it's back to the frustration. I don't even, like I said, this media is not. It's not progress, and this video is further, you know, propaganda of that. So I question the timing of it, and to me, it's a bunch of bullshit. So that's all I got.
Appreciate that. Erzuli, if y'all there listening, join the panel. Let's hear your thoughts on this. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable.
Oh, Koku, I don't want to speak on the hair because that's ridiculous, but I enjoy the chicken bones and her throwing the chicken bones. I enjoyed that. I like when I see these kinds of things. I really do, because she don't understand. First of all, I thought it was Corey shells, not chicken bones. So that's interesting. But when you say you pray into the ancestors, right? I have to wonder who these ancestors are. So when a Black African, if she practices, I don't know what African spiritual religion she practices. Is it Santeria? Is it Ifa? Is it voodoo? I don't know what exactly she was doing, but I'm saying that if one of the spirits, I guess, was to come to her. I said, well, you in my freaking, I'm not really into you. You have nothing to do with me. What is she gonna do? I mean, I confused, but I entertain at the same time. But I'm thinking that one day she might wake up something that she ain't gonna necessarily like all these white women. But I enjoy watching it though. I mean, it's interesting, because when we did it, like the lady was saying back in the day, it was considered as devilish. And now you'll see, once they monetize the whole, African spirituality, they could be selling it like they do in Louisiana right now, in little small shops, and get millions and millions of dollars off of it. Of course, they're gonna monetize it. Just like how the Grammy Awards. Just the other day, this white reggae group get a Grammy, for best reggae album of the year. That was interesting too. Yeah, but this is what these people do. They find ways to commercialize and monetize different cultures. And the brothers say, what we can do, but we ain't gonna do shit about it. We ain't gonna do not a goddamn thing. But I could say what we could continue doing is what is true. And let them have their party, because everything is a fad for them. It'll pass. And once that fad is over, they'll be on to the next thing. and we're going to be doing the same thing what we've been doing for centuries. And we just need to continue on it and build on it and make it stronger. So, I mean, if we could codify it, because we know the true purpose of it. But the people who want to use it for commercial purposes, like I say, it'll pass. Just like every other fad that these people latch on to. When they get bored of it and tired of it, they throw it away and they on to the next cocaine, whatever, So we just necessarily need to be sincere with what we're doing and to continue doing it. Stay on script. But that's what I have to say about that.
Appreciate that. In the chat, I just want to point out, BB Rodriguez earlier said they used juju, talking about this white boy, used juju to get to the Americas. She says, don't sleep on the craft, shaking my head. So I asked her to explain, and she said, all the European scions use witchcraft to mobilize armies and win. They use the same witchcraft to gain power, influence, and money. She went on to say they use this power in that exact order to gain control over resources and the world. We abandon it where it lead us, I guess. BB lastly says, Mr. Untouchable, interesting or dangerous, right? Let's go to gas them up. Who was that just opened the mic just now?
There was me.
Okay,
I wanted to say something about BB her behavior, and BB the people like BB the people that don't understand that there is no other way than Pan-Africanism. Those people see the white man as superior. He is. It's white supremacy, and look, they used voodoo to get to the Americas, and they used the craft to win wars, etc., etc. Yes, of course, BB, he is superior. Yes.
Gas them up. Let's hear from you on this one.
Yeah, I'll probably take a different approach that may shock some of you guys and girls. I don't know if Lero's still on the panel.
She's here.
Okay. What I will say is this: is that first I'll say that white women will have 4C hair in the future because most black women have shaved off their head and have shaved off their hair and replaced it with Brazilian, Indian, and Yaqui. So if you don't want it and they want it, let them have it. I don't see the beef with that.
That's a good point.
White people do have ancestors. We put it in our pockets, in our wallets on a daily basis. So if we're talking about the ancestors, I'll give you, some, as I said, I don't see myself as anything but an attempting occultist or, sorcerer. That's literally what I see myself as. So you look at the currencies around the world, almost every country, if I'm not mistaken, every country around the world, the currency is of a dead leader, except for the United Kingdom. Their currency always has the leader that's alive, currently on the throne. So the British pound has the Queen on it. But every other currency around the world, all the people on that currency are dead, and they say, "In God we trust." And that's very interesting because, and I'm not a fan of the Bible or any of those other books, but historically, the currency that was floating, so like you look at coins of Hannibal, Julius Caesar, it was the leader that was alive and in charge that was in charge of the currency. So you put their face on the coin that was circulating in the economy. So it's interesting that we don't have that today. We put dead leaders. That's very occultic. So, I would caution us as African people to not get arrogant in our presumption of African spirituality. Because, for example, if you go to Cuba, a lot of the people who are actually the stalwarts, the people who are actually holding some of the knowledge that's in the diaspora, not necessarily in the continent, are people who would look quote unquote white. Um, there's a great book about the Igbe, the leopard society in Cuba, the Abaquá, and Dr. Ivor Miller. He would look like a quote unquote white man, but he speaks perfect. He speaks the Akwa Ibom language. He speaks Calabar. Am I going to say he's white? But he looks like what we would call a white man, and he has knowledge and information. You know, some of the best babalawos in the world are guys who look quote unquote white, right? And so that's something that we have to acknowledge. We can't just dismiss them. I think in our bid to reclaim our identity, a lot of times I think we come from a position of arrogance, not knowing that the Europeans have their own spiritual system. I know it's commercialized and modernized. They call it Wicca today, but let's be real. You have white guys who go to this place called Bohemian Grove, and they're burning effigies allegedly to an owl, right? And Drake has an owl as his record label. So I wonder who his master and who he's serving. So this stuff gets really deep. I'll end with this, and this is what I wanted to put the prompt, but I said no. Let me just let this week just rest. But to me, and I wish Razuli was here. I would love to ask him because Razuli talked on some of what she said in the video a few weeks back with the prompt about the I think it was what was it, the cartoons, when he talked about that in that video.
Oh, Thundercats, yeah.
Yes, Thundercats and then that stuff. The biggest juju, the most powerful form of voodoo, in my opinion, someone who has studied the occults, I read on this stuff, is the Western state. The modern day nation state is the biggest form of juju and occultism that we've ever seen. And the reason is because it is taken as a natural part of ourselves. It's seen as logical, right? It's a part of our ego, our subconscious. And I think, when we can escape this Western state model of organization of life, you hear the word biology. To be logical is a European phenomenon. The concept of logic, right? Reason. So you look at a word like biology. So that's bio, which is life, under the study of logic. That's a very interesting form of word manipulation that's occurring here, and what that means. And everything is under the auspices of this logic. It's very, very strange, very, very interesting, very, very freaky, very, very crazy. And so, I would encourage those, if you want to look at, and especially for Pan-Africanisms, if you really want to escape this juju of the Western state, I think people should Google just these three terms. You can Google Nazis and the Nazis, Hitler, and the occult, and see what comes up. You can Google Japan and the occult, see what comes up. You can Google Masons in Washington, D.C., and see what comes up. And you see a lot of deep occult science that's occurring in the creation of the state. And so I think Pan-Africans, need to wrestle with that. That in building a strong African state, are they willing to pay the price of that allegiance to the state model, which involves a lot of occult things? So I'll end with that.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I wanted to let our sister speak on this, particularly that added part about the 4C here. So Lero, what say you to this prompt? Maybe now Black people will love their spirituality or 4C here.
Yeah, so this video is just kind of very backwards to me, because I don't really understand so much the cultural appropriation when you first got to address your cultural neglection from the majority of your people. Because, I mean, as far as I know, the majority of Black people will condemn what the white lady is doing, well, maybe for different reasons than what she is saying, because they're caught up in the Abrahamic religions. So you got to address that aspect first. Get your people to not demonize their own spiritualities before you say, oh, they're coming and grifting. They're taking a part of what you're not making use of. in regards to 4C hair, I made a tweet like, what was this, like a week ago, about how a lot of Black women have said, one of the things that prevented them from wearing their natural hair, white society and stuff like that. But, I made the tweet because out of my experience and what I've seen, I stopped, what struggled with me wearing my natural hair were the Black women around me. It had nothing to do, before white society could even say anything about my natural hair, I was already getting it permed up, 6 years old. It was the Black women around me who didn't wear their natural hair. Nobody has it on. We treat our hair like it's a curse, and that's just absolutely insane to me. So, talking about 4C hair, y'all talk about how 4C hair is unmanageable and you don't want to wear it. And it's too time consuming, but you'll take an hour and a half to lay that wig on and spend hundreds of dollars on that wig. You can, is that not cultural appropriation then, when you're literally wearing Asian hair on your head? Like, I mean, make it make sense. I don't really understand it. So yeah, the whole cultural appropriation is just kind of nonsense to me. You need to talk to your people about why they don't value their spirituality, why they don't value the hair that grows upon their head, before you worry about, what white people are coming and taking. You're not making use of it. I mean, let's be honest, you're not. So yeah, definitely just ass backwards.
It's like some of these genres of arts and stuff like that. Like Black folks will be heavy in it at one time and they just abandon it. And then after white folks come in and monetize the shit and make themselves the face of it almost, and the name of it, like, then you want to be upset. Like, let's keep it real. Black folks ain't, especially the youth, ain't fucking with jazz. You understand? But then you later on you want to be upset that, look at these white folks putting classical music above jazz, as if jazz is an African. Well, you weren't checking for it. So what do you expect to happen? So I agree with Lero that I really appreciated her outlook on that. Like, what about y'all's abandonment? Are y'all talking to your own fellow sisterin about having abandoned wearing their natural hair or practicing their original spirituality? If you don't do that shit, it gets taken up. I think we hit that one pretty nicely there. Unless someone else has something else to add.
Yeah, real quick. I just want to add that to me, cultural appropriation is like Yiddish for bitch ass niggas. Like every culture in history has borrowed from or taken from other cultures, yo. It's how it goes. It's how human history is. Unless you're willing to go to war for micro braids and saggy pants, people will take it. You know what I'm saying? It's how the world goes. It's how it always goes, and this is why you need to study history. As far as like gassing him up real quick, he hit on the occultism. Let's say the bad word. It's Masonic. This country was founded by Masons. So a lot of things you see are related to Masonic, including the owl and the top hat and the cane and numbers and whatever you see. That's just Masonic symbols. And that's why Drake has an owl. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even occultism, because occultism a lot of times they reject that. You know what I'm saying? This is straight Masonic nonsense. Even Bohemian Grove, all of your presidents are Masons. That's not a coincidence. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you won't get banned for me saying that. And
we'll be fine.
Yeah, and that's all I got, brother.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze. Well, actually, that's Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a station ID break. It's brief. We'll be back on the other side to discuss Shoot the Breeze prom number 6 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Shout out to the revolutionary matron. Thanks for that ad that dropped. The matron had a new episode this past week. Make sure you guys check out the episode, give it a thumbs up, and drop some comments. You know, we all could use that encouragement when we do this kind of work. We're going to shoot the breeze topic number 6 tonight. How to brainwash a nation. This comes with a link. Let's check it out.
Our conversation is with Mr. Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov. Mr. Bezmenov was born in 1939 in a suburb of Moscow. He was the son of a high-ranking Soviet Army officer. He was educated in the elite schools inside the Soviet Union and became an expert in Indian culture and Indian languages. He had an outstanding career with Novosti, which was and still is, I should say, the press arm or the press agency of the Soviet Union. It turns out that this is also a front for the KGB. He escaped to the West in 1970 after becoming totally disgusted with the Soviet system, and he did this at great risk to his life. He certainly is one of the world's outstanding experts on the subject of Soviet propaganda and disinformation and active measures. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So the next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. Your leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot. But they may turn into the most bitter enemies of Marxist-Leninists when they come to power. And that's what happened in Nicaragua. You remember most of these former Marxist-Leninists were either put to prison or one of them split, and now he's working against Sandinistas. It happened in Grenada when Maurice Bishop was already a Marxist. He was executed by a new Marxist who was more Marxist than this Marxist. Same happened in Afghanistan when first there was Taraki, he was killed by Amin, then Amin was killed by Babrak Karmal with the help of KGB. Same happened in Bangladesh when Mujibur Rahman, very pro-Soviet leftist, was assassinated by his own Marxist-Leninist military comrades. It's the same pattern everywhere. It's divided in 4 basic stages: demoralization, destabilization, crisis, normalization. They will be lined up against the wall and shot.
First of all, if you don't have a purpose.
That's a very interesting video, and like the pro-black perspective, it jumped out at me that he mentions Maurice Bishop and the idea that Bishop was Marxist, and who came along? Someone who was more Marxist. This is very interesting. I might have to discuss this on the Thursday Thoughts Show one day. This is very interesting. Kevin Conrad, you saw the same video. What thoughts do you have?
Yeah, I saw that video years ago. I saw that video like 15 years ago, and I was telling people about this. And I mean, look what's been going on the last few years in this country. I mean, plus I said, we have reached such a more advanced stage with the media constantly droning you. Oh, this, that. First, COVID, and now this. We gotta go help save the Nazis in Ukraine. Please feel sorry for these beautiful, civilized, blonde-haired, blue-eyed people getting killed by our, other Europeans. I mean, at this point, if you weren't on board, it's too late. You're gonna get swept up.
Let's hear from Lero here.
Is our mic on? Okay.
Yeah.
One thing that I found was interesting when he mentioned about like the information that people get and how like people will really deny facts and deny them for whatever reason. It could be over anything, it could be over trivial things or some, more important, but like people will deny facts in order to fit like whatever narrative. And I feel like the age of information has kind of like played against us, because it's like, it's not so much that, oh, the information's out there, but how are you getting your information? How do you process your information? Comprehension hasn't been, the age of information without comprehension and that principle being understood, which is like that demoralization aspect that he mentioned, really plays a big hand in our miseducation, because a lot of us seem to be educating ourselves. Because like I say, we got a lot of YouTube scholars who come in with these different texts saying, I can prove it with this or I can prove it with that. You come with your facts, but, your facts are nearsighted. There's context with those facts. And because we, don't have a defined process on how we gather and process and analyze data, information, text, it's led to us going into so many different ways. I mean, that was just a major part that I took from that clip right there.
The problem says how to brainwash a nation. The question I also have is, are these steps that this guy outlined here and use examples, are these steps for us to be able to use to our own, our own benefit? I see a few people dropped out. D-Web, what say you to this?
I love hearing Lero talk. She makes me want to restart the podcast. But going back to it, Russia and US, man, it's an interesting dichotomy, and it's interesting that you brought this video up, because if you look at it in a vacuum, US seems to be trending more socialist / Marxist / communist than actual Russia right now. And that's what I kind of find interesting. I'm saying that we trending more toward this path than the actual nation that they claim is Marxist and Russians, and the one nation that did kick out the Rothschilds bankers, by the way. So to me, that fits the bill. But to answer your question as to can we use these tactics, the thing is, once you go to the level of your so-called enemy, or once you start using their own tactics, then you open yourself to be able to the same like vices that they are. You know what I'm saying? It's like once you disavow yourself of truth in recognition of just winning the game, like once you decide that I'm gonna win the game by any means necessary rather than abide by your principles, then you open yourself up to a whole different rabbit hole. So I personally wouldn't advocate that. You know what I'm saying? Now you can counteract the propaganda to a certain extent, whereas truth will always counteract propaganda, right? So the best thing you can do is spread the truth, spread your words, spread your your positivity in a certain way that will counteract that. But I would never recommend using propaganda to counteract propaganda, because you're gonna end up, once you play in the dirt, you're gonna end up best friends with the pigs, and you don't want that. You know what I'm saying? So it's a fine line, man. And I hate to be a butt on this, turn the other cheek, type of deal that you see with Abrahamic religions type of deal. But I will say that you kind of need to keep yourself above their level. You don't need to stoop to their level. You know what I'm saying? Because the truth in itself is free and in its own sense. So that's what I got, bro.
Appreciate that. Let's go to gas them up. Who came by?
Yeah, I think he's spot on. These are the power games that I've always said. These are the shadow games that I play. There's a famous philosopher, Toulmin. He talks about in Shakespeare, I think there's a saying, all the world's a stage. And so in Toulmin's philosophy, he talks about in Europe, they go from the apron stage to the proscenium stage, or the proscenium stage to the apron stage. I can't remember which one. But it just shows the real battle is the battle of the mind. Yeah, they can drop bombs and they can shoot us, and but there's a reason why you present that image consistently, right? If you watch the show American Gods, it's a very interesting show. I don't always agree with everything on it, but talks about how the new gods, the most powerful one being media, and if you think about it, media shut down a whole president of the United States, something unheard of, never in the history. So the new gods, media, consumption, all these things are slowly coming to be. You think of the word American Idol, Dancing with the Stars, right? Where people, I remember seeing something online at one time. This guy was in the barbershop, and he said to the rapper Jadakiss, he said, "You could have raised a child off of Jadakiss lyrics in New York City." And I said to myself, is this guy on drugs? He raised his child to Jadakiss lyrics. And, so the battle for me, the real battle is what's in our mind. Many of us who grew up in this Western system, whether we were like someone said, Abrahamic faiths, whether we went to church or to mosque, they put that binary of good and evil within us early. Right? You go to the church, they're working on our subconscious. Even people who say they're not Christians or whatever, you'll get in the car with them and maybe they almost hit a bus. What's the first thing they say? Jesus Christ. And they don't go to church, So these things are really deep within our psyche. And I think that's the fight. Yeah, go ahead.
I thought about that same thing the other day. Like
Yeah.
I found myself exclaiming JC, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't even believe in JC. What's going on here? So yeah, it's true what you're saying. Continue.
Yeah, no, that's the fight. That's the fight, because it was put in our program and within our subconscious early. And so, that to me is the real work. The self that we've created as adults, as so-called woke adults, we created it, right, in a way to combat and to be defensive. But really, at our core, who are we? And I think the fight is we need to destroy the core, right? Just know thyself, really, is that saying, like, know who we are and then destroy it. Because in many instances, what we are, what was created for us at the core, is deeply, held sway by the brainwashing techniques that the gentleman in the video is talking about. But I'll end with that.
So it sounds like you believe in what he's saying is the process. My question, like I asked D Webb, I'll ask you too to respond to it briefly, is do you think there's something in this that we can use, or you think whatever it is inside of us that came from these tactics, we need to just fundamentally destroy?
Ooh, that's a tough question. I mean, I think I don't think there's a clear cut answer. I think it's waking up every day knowing that that's the fight, that's the battle. You know, to fight with oneself, of course. Yeah, the community, keeping kids, taking care of our mothers, our children, our wives, and all that other stuff. But the real battle is fighting the programming that was put within us by the system. You know, so, for example, people can easily, like the woke community, will easily say, "Yeah, man, they have a lot of subliminal messages in the cartoons, and they put this and this." But you know, we send our children to the school system. The skill building, if you read Foucault, is based on the panopticon, which originally comes from a prison where you had a guard in the tower in the middle, and you had all the prisoners surrounding, and so the prisoners would behave themselves because at any point they were all under the eye or the auspice of the guard, quote unquote, all-seeing eye, and it was so efficient for the most part that you didn't even have to put a guard in the tower. The people would just behave themselves accordingly, just off the thought that a guard would be there, right? And so we send our children to these schools, to the hospital system, all based on the same concepts of biopower. So it's no wonder that CNN can just run something and say, Koku's the Nigerian dictator, he's raping women, we have to bomb Nigeria to save the Africans from Koku. Doesn't make sense. How do you save a country by bombing them? But people will go along with it because we haven't worked on the shadow self.
In the chat, Jay is there. He says, quote unquote, what's in our mind is exactly my approach on spirituality. You go to church, mosque, or bush doctor with your mind, and we'll look for that. He goes on to say, eventually there is science. And he says, should read topics number 5 and number 6 tonight, are closer to each other than we may think or even want. And then lastly, just now, while Gaston was finishing his statement, Jay says, word, letters are symbols too. It's all too close to take it as quote unquote occult. Mr. Untouchable, did you see this as, did you agree with this white guy's process of brainwashing a nation? And do you think any or all of those principles should be adopted by us as Black equals African people?
Well, it's not a matter of me agreeing with him. He is a KGB, a former KGB agent. So, and plus, I think that he was high in the KGB. So this was their strategies that they would use to really undermine the American society. It's just that he went over to the Canadians, I think, and he became a Canadian citizen. But as far as strategically, it's interesting how these guys play their world games. But if you was to retract the things that he said, and you was to use those 4 different strategies to undermine the nation, and what he said, I think that these tools was really used to undermine our communities. You know what I mean? Demoralization, destabilization, crisis, all these things is applicable throughout our communities. And I would ask myself, was these things implemented within our communities, and was it strategically done by someone else? And then the question becomes, who did it? Is it the American government, or is it Western governments, or was it the Russians? But you could really use these 4 paradigms and look at our communities and really see, case by case, how all these methods was used to really undermine our communities. I think that was done already. I do believe though that we should have some kind of defense against these kinds of things. You
Right.
know, I think that when one group plays offense, we should play defense. We should play defense actively, play defense. You know, and the people who are able to see further, they should, like we had the Francis Cress Wellsings always talk about, you know, mind and games and what's on the board and things of that nature. And people, psychologists like Amos Wilson, them always trying to get, you know, the larger community really trying to play defense. I think that we are not necessarily in a position to use these kinds of strategies against our enemies, because right now at this point we are not organized and we are not strong enough effectively to influence. Well, I mean, that's if we run the cultural game on other communities strategically in an organized way, maybe something may be different. But as it stands right now, we really don't control the channels to what culture is. Even though, you know, we are the face of culture, so we are not necessarily able to influence it in a way that we'll be able to turn or respond to or deflect our enemy. We can't really even fight them. You know what I mean? But it's just a side case. But I believe that these strategies was used within our communities. I would say that, you know, if anything.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Accountful is in the chat. It says peace and greetings on the job. Just listen. I appreciate you for tuning in. I think I got everyone on that one. Let's go to, you know, unless someone else has one last word there, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number
One
7.
last word.
Go ahead.
In regards to what the brother just said, man, real quick. That's why I recommend, like, I have recommended reading the 48 Laws of Power. It's not necessarily so that you can use those tactics to deceive somebody. It's so you can know what's being played on you. And in regards to videos like we just saw, man, I think that's what that needs to be used. Not necessarily used to you know, trick anybody or advance but just to know when you're being played, bro. That's why I recommend reading marketing period, you know, propaganda period 101, because it will help greatly in knowing when you're being, you know, led astray.
Appreciate that. That gave me time to get to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 as well. But actually it was good information that D-Web just dropped there as well. Shoot the Breeze topic. Hold on a second. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight is a letter to my Black Aboriginal brothers. And this came with a link. Let's check it out and then discuss it.
One of the interesting things about white historiography, this Eurocentric historiography, it hones in always on the things that separate us. They separate us from ourselves. They separate us from our ancestors, from our history, from our families. They divide us up into little fragments. And they never tell you about the unities in struggle that took place in history. And so my historiography hones in just on this point, because the logic of the situation is that if people were oppressed, like the Native Americans were and the African ancestors were, obviously they resisted the oppression. And obviously, as intelligent human beings, it occurred to them that by uniting against a common foe, they would have greater strength in the struggle. But the histories lie there waiting generation after generation. And then I pick up the books by Boyd Thatcher, who's a great admirer of Columbus. But in those books I find that in 1502, there is a rebellion, a major rebellion, in which blacks and Native Americans joined forces. 1492 to 1502. That's 10 years. And in that time begins a struggle. And you're going to find this uniting of the oppressed threading its way through the entire history for 5 centuries. And one of the great epics of the struggle took place in, of all places, in Florida. You know, we have Black studies departments all over the country. And do you know, I have seen not one single piece about this to train our children, because the way you defeat someone, you defeat them in the mind first. That's why Garvey said, first you must change your way of thinking and then peacefully carve up the weapons with which to fight. So they assault the mind. They tell you about rebellions that Nat Turner and Denmark Vesey and Posner. But if you notice, all of them were betrayed. They didn't win. And the one great insurgency that blacks fought in this country for over 130 years is one of the best kept secrets in black history. And it took place in Florida. And you read about it as the Seminole Wars. You've heard about that, haven't you? Seminole Wars? Do you know that there's no such thing as a Seminole? Seminole doesn't exist. Seminole was a Creek word for runways. And those slaves who escaped from the Carolinas and from Virginia down through what eventually became Georgia. Georgia became a state to block the movement of escaped slaves into Florida. Did you know that? That's how they set it up, as, in quotes, a free state. And there in Florida, the blacks were called Seminoles first. Black escapees who went into Florida, who were welcomed by the Native Americans there. And there you had some of the most interesting Native Americans in the entire hemisphere. There was a group called the Calusas, and the Tequestas, and the Appalachians, and even their enemies write about them with respect, because they were some really bad Native Americans. I mean, when Ponce de Leon came, and you know, we have at the Exploratorium a film on Cabeza de Vaca, who went with the Narvaez expedition. And interesting to see how they're going to do this film. How I learned about the resistance there in Florida is that you have to read a book by a half Native American who was related to the Inca kings. His name was Poma de Ayala. And he had oral testimony from soldiers who had actually fought in Florida. And when Ponce de Leon arrived there, he arrived like a conquistador. And I must tell you quickly how he arrived. It was the Taino pilots who showed him how to navigate those treacherous waters of the Bahamas. Bahama comes from Spanish Bahamar, the shallow sea. And then you anglicize it as Bahamas. So in there you can wreck your ships every second. And the Taino pilots, who were brilliant at navigation and at astronomy and at the science of looking at the motion of waves and judging the distances from land, which, you know, only recently the Smithsonian had some white scholar discover that those black folks in the Pacific were navigating the entire Pacific Ocean in their catamaran boats. And they could look at the motion of the waves and the wind and tell the distances from land in that big, vast Pacific. So this is what the Taínos taught to Ponce de Leon. And he got past that Bahama current and he got to Florida. He immediately fell on the Native Americans and began slaughtering them after they welcomed him. These murderous Spanish and genocidal Spaniards. And what the Calusas did, they waited for him to come back. And then they feted, wined, and dined them for 4 days. And then they fell upon them and killed every single one. They left 6 alive, but barely alive. They wounded them so that the wound would work in enough time when they got back to Cuba to spread the word. Don't come back here. There's some serious folk here. And of course, they never learned, so they came back again. Ponce de Leon, we told, he went to look for the fountain of youth. They ended his search 6 days after he arrived in Cuba. He died from the wounds that the Calusas had put upon him. What that did for the Calusas, they learned instantly the logistics of making special arrows that could neutralize the power of horses. They made special bows and arrows with special trajectories and force. And they would put their archers in the trees and they could shoot an arrow right through the body of a horse. So when you read about how the Indians, the Indians in quote, were terrified of horses, the Calusas dealt with the horses. And then with armor, after killing the Ponce de Leon fellows in armor, they took the armor, they stuffed it with straw, they hung it up on a tree, and they found every weak spot through which their spears and arrows could go. So when the Spaniards came back, they were ready for them. They could take care of the armor, they could take care of the horses, and they were more brilliant tacticians in their own land. They could.
All right. The prompt says, a letter to my Black Aboriginal brothers and sisters. Let me mix up a little bit. Let me start with Mr. Untouchable this time.
Yes. Because of the continuity of the program, this is the reason why we had to cut it. But he went on to talk about the relationship, because the Aboriginal brothers always talking about Indians and this and that and whatever. And this historian went on to discuss the Seminole Wars, which I was really unaware of, which was really the biggest, one of the biggest, slave rebellions that existed in the Americas that I really never know about it. And it was like almost just as prolific as the Haitian Revolution, and it's just funny how historical events are left out of history for whatever reason. But I just thought to bring this to the attention, because I invited a guy who thought he was a Black Indian onto the show and hoping he would possibly get some insight into what this historian was discussing for the night. So
okay.
Yes.
Lero, you saw the video. You see the prompt. It says, a letter to my Black Aboriginal brothers and sisters. What do you think the brothers and sisters should get from this?
Yeah, that's one thing too. While watching it, I was struggling to understand the overall message he was relaying. I guess he was just, delivering some important history. So, I guess just being informed on the Seminole Wars that went on in Florida, it was very monumental and is, left out of, history. It was something I read about just a few years ago. What you do with that Black Aboriginal, that kind of confuses me in a sense. because I don't really know what that is. Just to be honest, I don't. So yeah, you know, I don't really have much. I'm sorry.
That's all good. D Web, what say you?
Yeah, you know, and it's a good history lesson, man. And you know, I've talked about, you know, John Horse and, you know, things of that nature. It was actually 3 Seminole Wars, right? Um, and the thing is, it's like, okay, you have that history, right? You can relay that and parlay that about how, you know, these escaped slaves intermingled with the Native Americans, blase blues. Well, what was the end outcome of that? The majority of them got ran off to Mexico, you know. So it's like, okay, you have this history, right? And now if we fast forward to 2022, what you have right now, because it's still Seminole tribes in Florida. I'm in Florida right now. The white Seminole tribes are discriminating against the black Seminoles. They don't want to pay no more. You know, you just had the Seminole tribe sign $1 billion casino deal with the state of Florida,
Yeah.
and they don't want to pay the black Seminoles. They're trying their hardest to get them off the rolls. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, yes, you have this history, right? You have this. It's cute. It's beautiful. It's nice. What are you doing now? How's this going to help anybody at this current state? Particularly when those same people, those descendants of those same, are still trying to integrate into this system, upon which you have fair-skinned Seminoles trying to deny the checks to the black Seminoles. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's cool. And this is from 92, bro. So, you know, I understand, you know, and it's good to know history, but you have to relay that history to your current events, right? And that's why I spoke on the 5 civilized tribes. You know what I'm saying? And what they did, and how they were able to be called the civilized tribes. You know what I'm saying? So you have to take that with a grain of salt. I was thinking it was a room earlier with a lot of these Aboriginal these newly found Aboriginal Black Americans, right? They tried to go into a clubhouse, I think, space, and with some actual people who were on the reservation, and he's like, "Yo, bro, y'all not Native Americans. Like, we don't claim y'all." You know what I'm saying? And it was very, very eye opening. I've spent time with the Navajo Nation. Very cool people, man. They was one of the tribes that didn't want to consider civilized, right? And they very, you know, a lot of them are very melanated, but at the same time, they'll tell you, like, yeah, you have a different history. You know what I'm saying? We may rock with you, you know, if shit hits the fan, we may get down with you, but you not us. You feel me? And we need to do our own research and study into that, and things of that nature. So, you know, I don't know really to take of the video, and it was a good story, you know.
But
so Luro and Kevin Carey had to go, so it's just us. Mr. Untouchable, and then after that, gas him up.
Yeah, just quickly. There are some brothers who don't believe that they ever came from Africa.
Yeah.
Black, just like you and me. You know what I mean? They say, in particular, the brother who has invited on the show, in his thinking, he believes that he is a North American Indian, and slavery now. He would ask you where the slave ships on them kind of levels. You know what I mean? So my reasoning, my rationale was to at least expose the brother to more information, just for the sake of him. You know what I mean? Just for the sake of him, because I feel like sometimes exposure is what some brothers need sometimes. So it might not be beneficial to everyone, but for the person who I had intended for this particular video, it may have been helpful for him.
He won't care, bro. He's in his own he's in his own version of the simulation.
That's true, but and some brothers them are on their own world. You know what I mean? But I would, for me, I still have the responsibility of throwing the rock. You know what I mean? I still have the responsibility of still giving the information, bro. You know what I mean?
The folks that talk about where the slave ships can never answer where is the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, right? Gas them up. You saw the video. You see the prompt. What do you think this letter was saying to the Black Aboriginal brothers and sisters?
I think that if I were a Black Aboriginal, I would say that the Dutch had a contract with the ancient Moors in Morocco who signed a deed with the IRS, which actually means that the land known as the United States or Amorica belongs to them, and that the Nile River is really the Mississippi, and that yeah, I mean, this stuff when you really start to just listen to them, it's just like okay, it turns into this rabbit hole. Yeah,
Hey,
it goes deeper and deeper with them.
word, brother. I had one just to, to hit up off what you just saying, man. And they was talking about how Kemet was really like Arizona, and how the pyramids and everything over there in Egypt is actually like fake. And I'm sitting there like, yo, y'all give white people so much. The logistics it would take
Man.
to put Sphinx in pyramids and fill these things up with jewels.
Hey man, hey,
and
these dudes that say the Mississippi is the River Nile, man. So I gotta do it,
bro. That's what I said. If I was an actual white
man.
supremacist, I would just go on Black Twitter and just get my feel every day. Like, oh my God, look at these. Like, my self-esteem is so boosted right now. Like, they literally think I like, and it's historians that can document everything that the ancient Kemet or Egyptian empire, as you want to call them, did, right? You can go through history and it's documented by these historians that are legit, and they'll still be like, yo, it was in Arizona. There's some lies. Yo. It's like, oh, yo, it's pyramids in Arizona. You can go. Well, go see them then. Show me. Go take a picture right now. I want you to go to the Grand Canyon and go take a picture of these pyramids that are in Arizona that's filled with ancient Egypt facts, and then go to Egypt and show me how fake these huge structures are. Like, it's ridiculous, yo. Get a passport, yo. Touch some grass, yo. It's getting ridiculous. You know what I'm saying?
I feel you on that. Someone go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, the stuff that they say. There was actually a lawsuit. I mean, I believe it went up to one of the courts. I forgot which court dismissed it. They made an argument that George Washington didn't exist, or he stole his name. He was originally an Aboriginal named after George Washita, the Washita people. Halito is a Native American. The English word hello is a corruption of the Native American Halito, and that the Constitution was taken from the Native Americans. So I mean, at this point, like I said, I don't argue with them on that. I tell them, sure, can you give me a culture from what you're saying? I agree with you. You're not African. Matter of fact, I don't want you in Africa. Stay in America. But while you're in America, can you create a culture? And that's what I think we should hold them to. Trying to educate them about the history is a waste of time. Hold them to the prerequisites is how are you going to, this Aboriginal culture, what is it going to look like? Are your girls going to be out there naked? Are your boys going to continue gunning each other down like they're doing now? How are you going to really have a community? And that's when, you'll hear crickets.
Absolutely. Yeah, I feel like a lot of you do, like, good story, like D-Web said. It's a good attempt on Mr. Untouchable's part to try to get some reasoning to this brother who thinks he's a Black Aboriginal. But a lot of those guys, especially the way I look at it too, people forget about age, man. You a certain age of maturity, you ain't changing off your opinion. You could have Amon Ra come and fall on one knee and explain it to you, and these folks still won't believe what's being said. So you just gotta leave them be. In the chat, the pro-Black perspective says, what do they think the River Nile is then? Well, they probably think the Nile is the Mississippi and the Mississippi is the Nile. Anyone have any last word on this prompt? If not, let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 8 tonight. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 8 is, what will Malcolm say about American nativism? What would Malcolm say about American nativism? This came with a link. Let's check it out.
The propaganda of the American government is skillfully designed to make our people think that our people back home don't want us. Government propagandists tell us constantly, Africa is a jungle. Africans are savage and backward. They have no modern conveniences, and you're too much like us white folks. How could you live comfortably back there? This propaganda is government strategy against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, realizing that his mission is to teach our people the truth about our own kind, clean us up, and then return us to our own land and unite us with our own people. The American government turns us against our own kind in order to keep us from making a mass exodus out of this country where we can live at home among our own people. Therefore, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says American propaganda is designed to make us think that no matter how much hell we catch here, we're still better off in America than we'd be anywhere else. They want us to think we have no place else to go. And many of our so-called intellectuals who pose as our leaders and spokesmen actually believe that we have no place else to go. So their solution to our problem is that we stay here and continue to catch hell from the American white man. But the only permanent solution is complete separation or some land of our own in a country of our own. All other courses will lead to violence and bloodshed. It will lead to the destruction of America, and it will also lead to the destruction of our people who fall for it. 20 million ex-slaves must be permanently separated from our former slave master and placed on some land that we can call our own. Then we can create our own jobs, control our own economy, solve our own problems instead of waiting on the American white man to solve our problems for us. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us that on our own land we can set up farms, factories, businesses. We can establish our own government and become an independent nation. And once we become separated from the jurisdiction of this white nation, we can then enter into trade and commerce for ourselves with other independent nations. This is the only solution. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad says that in our own land, we can establish our own agricultural system. We can grow food to feed our own people. We can raise cattle and use the hide, the leather, and the wool to clothe our people. We can dig the clay from the earth and make bricks to build homes for our people. We can turn the trees into lumber and furnish the homes for our own people. He says that we can dig the natural resources from the earth once we are in our own land. Land is the basis of all economic security. Land is essential to freedom, justice, and equality. Land is essential to true independence. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says we must be separated from the American white man, return to our own land where we can live among our own people. This is the only true solution.
The only true solution. What would Malcolm say about American nativism? Well, you just heard some of Malcolm's thoughts there, gas him up. What would Malcolm say about today's Black American nativism?
I think they would call him a tether baby. His mother's from Grenada, so they would tell him that he's not a foundational Black American. You know, I would hope that Malcolm doesn't have anything to say to these kind of people. Personally, you know, I would hope he would ignore these type of people and focus on the people who are doing what they're supposed to do to try to create something for the next generation. So, you know, he might have something, you know, in terms of educating them, but I think it's kind of like I think what's happening is that blackness is slowly being usurped by white people, and black people in America are trying to hold on to it, and so the nativism is an attempt at doing that. I think maybe in the next 20 years, 30 years, you'll see the same thing with Africa. There was a bill recently trying to be passed in Nigeria where because in Nigeria, if you're a man and you marry a foreign woman, she becomes a citizen. But if a woman marries a man, that man is not a citizen. Well, they're trying to change that. And I said, okay, well, they're trying to, these Nigerian girls with jungle fever, they want to make sure they can bring in their white daddy. So in the next 10, 12 years, some white guy from Ohio or New Zealand can say he's a Nigerian too, and he's entitled to the full rights. So they're slowly starting to encroach on being African. They've already encroached on being black, and I think the nativism is an ill attempt at trying to conserve whatever is left of this thing called blackness after the vultures have ravished the body. So you know, it's tough.
Let's bring in a day late and a dollar short. Let's bring in Azuli to the panel. Azuli, what say you to this?
Good night, everybody. I think that
Stop I say, brother.
Nabule, I think that Malcolm X might be wrong on this point because land, if you don't control the land, you could be in the land, but most of Africa is black. Most of the Caribbean is black. We still don't control Jack. So I get why he said land is this. If you don't control the land, you don't control what's in the land. I don't know if that was inferred or if that was
Yeah, I
that's
think
what,
that's inferred.
because if you don't control the land, you could be in the land. If you don't control it, it's nothing. But with the American, I'm kind of different. Not different to say. I'm not gonna say I'm a FDA person, but gas him up. They already that guy who's founded the FDA, he doesn't consider Malcolm X a foundational thing. And his thing, he never noted, he never acknowledges Malcolm X as one of their heroes. So you're right, he already does that. So, but what I'm saying is, I'm in a way, I believe that Malcolm X might have a different view of the situation right now because a lot of people on the other side, I think, I don't know, man. I'm not. I believe I'm in the. I'm not saying that I'm not originally my seventh generation from now didn't come from the native from the motherland, but I'm up to the notion now that I believe a lot of us are from here. So they came here, they beat us up, and they took us and enslaved us from here. I don't believe a lot of us because I don't understand how. I was watching this and I wanted to post it in the Shoot the Breeze, but I didn't. Is that a lot of there's still this African guy said, why do African Americans think they're African? And he said something. Does a Ghanaian person say he's from Kenya? Is Kenya just because he's on the same mass land? So there's a lot of this thing going on, but I believe what Malcolm X said, you have to control the land. And just land in itself is not a path to freedom and all of that thing. And it's not only the land, the people have to be thinking the same way. You can't be Euro minded and then even though you control the land, you're gonna do Euro stuff on the land. If you're not Afro minded, even though you control the land, you're gonna do Euro stuff on the land. So that's my point of view.
Thanks for that. Let's mix it up. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable this time.
Shout out to you, Azuli. Shout out to you, brother. Oh, by the way, it's interesting that that's needless to say. I think that Malcolm would he'd look at the scenario that's happening right now, and I think that he may be disgusted, but I think that Malcolm X would understand the as he said, the propaganda of what's going on, what was going on within his community. And I think that Malcolm X would try his best to help work to try to diffuse that situation while building to, because if Malcolm X had lived, I think that he may have, went to Africa to try to do something constructive there. I don't think that. I think that he would take the position like many of my brothers on the panel, and charge a lot of it to the game. And I think that he would have left with who would have wanted to go with him to try to help to build whatever community or ideas that he would have had in his mind. Maybe he would have even gone to Saudi Arabia. Who knows? You can't really say for certain. But if he had continued with the Pan-African strain that he was on, I think that he would form greater links with Africa and probably would have been there doing something. I don't necessarily think that he would have died in the United States, and I could be wrong about that.
All right, thanks for that. Let's go to D Webb on this one. D Webb, what would Malcolm X say about the American nativism movements going on now?
I think you had two versions of Malcolm. I think you had Malcolm pre-pilgrimage, and post-pilgrimage, right? To me, that sounded kind of like pre-pilgrimage to me, because he was speaking a lot on the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and what he teaches us, right? To me,
which by the way, if I could just interject for a second, I'm always a little bit surprised by that, because if I'm not misremembering or misunderstanding, like Elijah Muhammad them didn't really raid Africa like that. Like,
nah, to this day they don't. To me, when you dealing with the NOI, and I got some people who kind of close to the movement or whatever. To me, they kind of remind me of Tariq in the sense that they use Africa when it's beneficial. When it's beneficial to speak on Africans or African movements, they'll use it. But outside of that, they don't really rock with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen Tariq Nasheed counteract somebody's opinion about the low IQ scores and talk about how Africans come over here and they come and get high scores on these standardized tests and things like that. And if you look at the hidden colors 1, 2, and 3 is very Pan-African. You know what I'm saying? So to me it's kind of in that vein where it's convenient to use people that look like you when it's beneficial to you. You know what I'm saying? So but to your point, personally, it really doesn't matter where the fuck you're from. I think, to me, Pan-Africanism in the vacuum is just saying, like, yo, you're melanated and people are trying to kill you because of your melanin, right? You will be subjugated because of your melanin. You will be, pushed to the bottom of certain societies because of your melanin, right? Unless you choose to integrate, right? It is a blatant attack on you because you are black. So maybe they need to rebrand. I don't know. But if you look at it, Kwame Ture, you know what I'm saying? He was on Hoover's list of possible next black messiahs. He didn't say black American messiahs. He didn't say. He was targeted because he was black and he could possibly lead a bunch of black people to a movement. Same thing with a lot of leaders. They didn't target them because they were black American revolutionists. They targeted them because they was black, period. If you can move black Americans, if you can move, particularly if you can move people on different planes of continents, different walks of society, and unite them, you were on the FBI's list. You're on the alphabet list. You know what I'm saying? So to me, it's kind of an asinine thing to even debate. Like, it don't matter, yo. It do not matter, yo. It doesn't matter. You were targeted due to your phenotype. Nothing else, nothing more. So why sit here and try to divide yourself when the people who are attacking you don't care where the hell you come from? You feel me? So I don't know, man. That's all I got, bro.
I got it. Thank you for that. There's no last words on that topic.
I have a question, but don't you think? Okay, I'm not trying to defend, but don't you think it's important to find out what if? Because all the thing that they told us that most of us are from Africa is what they told us. So if somebody's doing the research that says that maybe 10 generation we are from this side, isn't that something that we should still entertain? Because we cannot say that education came from them. Who told us that we were from Africa?
Let me throw
This
this
is
out there, bro.
it,
Let me throw this
what?
out there, bro. Let's say Joe Biden gets on TV tomorrow, says,
Mm-hmm.
yo, all of you black Americans, y'all are really from here and y'all are not from Africa, right? Let's say anybody, whatever, Dr. Fauci, whoever these Negroes like the most, gets on TV tomorrow and says, yo, as of Sunday or Saturday, April 9th, 2022, all of you black people, y'all really aboriginals from America. And, we just lied to y'all for the past. What's going to happen on Monday? Negroes still going to go play in the NBA. Negroes still going to play their fucking taxes. Negroes still going to go shop at Publix. They're going to still buy the foreigns. They'll be, that's cute. I knew it. And they're going to still do the same fucking thing they did Friday and do it on Monday. You know what I'm saying? So to me, I really don't even see a purpose as to hiding anything because you niggas ain't gonna do shit. The world can be flat tomorrow. Niggas ain't gonna do shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter. Why even use all of this thing to hide your history when even if you knew your true history, I still got you by the balls. I still controlled you financially. I still have a bigger military than you. I have nuclear weapons than you. Like, you still love my entertainment institution. It doesn't even make sense. Why would I even spend that effort to do that? You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't gonna do shit about it. So to me, it doesn't matter. That's why they revealing aliens right now. Oh, they had show after show about how now, it's UFOs. It's unidentified objects in the sky flying above you every day. That's Main Street. That's not even a conspiracy theory no more. Mm-hmm. What do Negroes do about it? What do people in general do about it? Nothing. Okay. So what Will and Jada doing today? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think people are so dumbed down. It wouldn't matter what you reveal to them. They still are in the matrix. They in the simulation. They gonna keep doing what they did. They lemmings. So to me, it don't matter. Maybe that's me being a pessimist, but that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with that take as well. We'll make that the last word for that prompt. Let's get to Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 9 is, what is black redneck culture? And it's funny that this was posted to the Discord because someone who I respect on, for Twitter, kind of subtweeted me on this. But I'm not going to call names, but a guy whose name I can't remember, he tweeted something about like how white folks want to control black culture. And, my response to that was, well, are you sure your culture is your culture? # cracker culture. And cracker culture is what this topic is referring to, that black redneck culture. And then the person who I regard tweeted something like, people want to talk about Thomas Sowell and cracker culture, not realizing he posted these 2 books that I am familiar with. And he said, well, in these 2 books, it shows, basically he's saying that those 2 books show how black culture in America comes from African spirituality and stuff like that. But the thing about it is, I'm not saying that African American culture doesn't come from Africa. That'll be lunacy. What I'm saying is that the degenerate behavior that we see a lot and that's promoted a lot is old white, what they call redneck culture, white Celtic culture that black folks picked up, and you can see it. You can see it like in the Caribbean, as a matter of fact. We like playing these card games, whist and all this old shit. Like, where'd that come from? Who made those games? It's some white folks. We got that from low British culture, if you will. But anyway, this prompt came with a link. So yeah, I'm not saying that Black American culture is not influenced by African culture, of course. But some of that degenerate shit is the same degeneracy we saw in white culture. Let's tune into this video here.
It's like, I mean, the average of black kid today, I think, is probably better off, certainly materially, than say Ben Carson was when he was growing up.
Ben Carson, the famous
Black
surgeon at
neuroscientist.
Johns Hopkins.
Right.
Who is immensely accomplished in every way.
Yes.
Right.
I would say that certainly the Black kids who are growing up today have a higher material standard of living than I had. The difference was that the schools were good when I came along. They were especially good in New York at that time, hard as that is to believe. But the kids who grew up in that same place where I lived, they will not get that same education. Now that can be blamed on somebody, but it has very little to do with what happened 100 or 200 years ago. And it's true in other countries. I mean, in Nigeria, for example, there's a tribe, the Igbos, who are living in one of the least fertile parts of Nigeria, who were in fact enslaved in centuries past by other tribes and so on. When the British moved in and set up schools, the Igbos went for the schools. By the time Nigeria became independent, the Igbos had climbed above the other groups that had been ahead of them to begin with. But there are all kinds of cross currents of factors. The particular culture or the particular geography, you run through the whole list of them.
You cite in Intellectuals and Race, you cite an observation by the intelligence expert, IQ scientist, James Flynn, that just stopped me cold. After the Second World War, you've got large numbers of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today. And both Black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The Black kids and the white kids, the same. Quoting Intellectuals and Race, Professor Flynn concluded that the reason was that the offspring of Black soldiers in Germany, and now you're quoting Professor Flynn, grew up in a nation with no Black subculture, close quote. Which means what? Which means they experienced exactly the same expectations. Is this
No, the expectations are external. The culture in which they grew up was not the culture in which Black kids grew up in America today.
So they had.
There's no gangster rap that was pervasively available in Germany.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about Black subculture in America today that holds African Americans themselves back?
Yes. In fact, I went into this in a previous book on which about Black rednecks and white liberals, because that same subculture.
Let's talk about two of your books here. Go ahead.
Because that very same subculture held whites in the South back as well. That in the time this mental testing in the First World War turned up, among other things, the fact that whites from various 4 or 5 southern states scored lower on the mental test than Blacks from 4 or 5 northern states. And so it really was a question of the subculture that was there, which was a handicap to both.
All right. And so whose job is it to say, wrong subculture, folks, you're harming yourselves?
Well, I would think in an ideal world that intellectuals might take on that task, but the world that we live in, I've noticed, is not ideal.
All right. What is to be done? Take a look at President Lyndon Johnson speaking at Howard University in 1965.
Oh, yes.
But freedom is not enough. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying now, you are free to go where you want and do as you desire and choose the leaders you please. You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bringing up to the starting line of a race, and then say, you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair.
It's pathetic. It's not a question of, there's no you who has the control to be completely fair or completely unfair. I mean, the circumstances are. So someone once criticized the mental tests on grounds that the tests were unfair, and I think it was David Reisman who said the tests are not unfair. Life is unfair, and the tests are measuring the results. But who has control of life? Who has control of the past? Who has control of the culture that people have in the present, which they've inherited from the past?
So Lyndon Johnson, in fact, although good liberal that he was, at least in regard, Lyndon Johnson had a complicated career and changed positions on issues many times. But good liberal though he was at that moment, he was in fact engaging in a breathtaking arrogance.
Yes.
On two counts. One, that white people were the ones who were responsible for where black people stood in the race, that it was up to whites entirely. That blacks, as he described, I'm putting this to you, that black people are passive, they're acted upon.
That's right, that's right.
And then the second act of arrogance is the supposition that somehow the federal government could fix it.
Yes, it is staggering. But if you wanted to be charitable, you could say, well, he said this in 1965. But if you say, all right, why are people now repeating it in 2013 when we've had nearly half a century of experience to the contrary? And if you look within the black community, those blacks who had escaped what I call the black redneck culture, they've moved on. So, but it's the culture the different parts of the black community had that were different.
Daniel Patrick Moynihan, in his famous 1965 report entitled "The Negro Family: The Case for National Action," close quote. Longish quotation, but it gets to something, I believe. Moynihan, the fundamental problem is that of family structure. The Negro family in the urban ghettos is crumbling. A middle class has managed to save itself, but for vast numbers of the unskilled and poorly educated, the fabric of conventional social relationships has all but disintegrated. So long as this situation persists, the cycle of poverty and disadvantage will continue to repeat itself, close quote. When Moynihan wrote those words, the illegitimacy rate among African Americans was 25%. Today, the illegitimacy rate among white Americans is 36%. Among Hispanics, more than 50%, and among African Americans, more than 70%.
Yes.
Aside from throwing up your hands in despair, what is to be done?
The first thing to be done is to understand that this was a result of policies begun in the 1960s. This is not a legacy of what happened 100 years before the 1960s.
The breakdown of the black family is not a legacy of slavery.
No, if you the classic study of this goes all the way back to the era of slavery, and they find that most black kids, even under slavery, had lived with two parents, and that was true all the way up until the 1960s. And so, if you really want to find out what's changed, it has changed since the 1960s. And the fact that whites now have a higher rate of illegitimacy than blacks had when Moynihan wrote suggests that this is something that spreads out. But if you look at something else, if you look at those blacks, and look at black husband-wife families, the poverty rate among such families has been in single digits every year since 1994. And so if you look at the external causes, why the husband and wife families and the welfare single mom families all are facing the same society and objective things, but the results are radically different because the cultures and values are different.
So you would roll back welfare. I guess that's the principal policy. So what would Tom Sowell do? One, you'd eliminate welfare, you'd reform welfare. What would you do?
Roll it back.
All right. And what about affirmative action?
Eliminate it.
Just gone.
Yeah.
Colorblind policy completely. All right. What prospect for that do you see?
None.
No black leader. of any standing? I'm talking about a political leader as opposed to an intellectual such as yourself. You've got, well, there's you, there's Walter Williams. Do you get the sense that there's a growing generation, a rising generation of African-American intellectuals who say, enough of this, I'm with Tom Sowell?
Well, I don't know if they'll go that far. There's no point.
That would be asking a lot.
There's no point being reckless. But I think there are people like Shelby Steele and many others, Larry Elder. You can run through a long list, and there are more such people now than there were, say, in the 1970s. But in terms of political leaders, all the incentives politically are for Black leaders to blame all problems in the Black community on the larger society, and that enables them to take on the role of being the defender of the Black community against enemies, which in turn creates the situation in which many Blacks don't feel that anything that they do is going to help themselves unless it's done politically as a group. That there's no point. I mean, why would you, if you believe what they say, why would you want to knock yourself out in the school knowing that the man is not going to let you get anywhere? One of the most pathetic things I heard in recent years was a young Black man saying that, at one point he thought he would join the Air Force and become a pilot. And then he says he realized that the white man is not going to let a Black man become a pilot. And he was saying this decades after the Tennessee Airmen had established their reputation in combat in Europe. But the hopelessness is one of the big products of the race industry. That you have no chance. I remember giving a talk at Marquette, and at the end of the talk, among the questions that was asked, a young Black man got up and he said, "Even though I am graduating from Marquette University, what hope is there for me?" And having gone through college when I was in the 50s, I don't remember any Blacks saying that in the 1950s, when there was a lot more obstacles to overcome than there were when this guy is graduating from Marquette. But you have to produce that kind of feeling in order to serve the interests of those in the race industry.
Final question then. Maybe we can think in terms of that young man at Marquette. Or let's put it this way. Somewhere watching this interview, there's a young Thomas Sowell. There's an African American who's smart and wants to do something with his life. It seems to me we've already got one piece of advice you'd offer to him is stay away from the races industry. Stay away from the race hustlers. What advice would you give a young Thomas Sowell? How do you make something of yourself as an African American in America today?
The way anybody else would. You equip yourself with skills that people are willing to pay for.
It's almost art how these white guys play so dumb, right? While this Black guy jabbers on, but it's just so artful. Zuli, you saw that video. You see the prompt. What is Black redneck culture?
I don't even know what's like Black redneck culture. Like, I don't understand. Are we saying like is soul food Black redneck culture? Is that part of the? But I'm not really a big fan.
Admittedly, the video didn't get into as much of the redneck culture stuff that Sowell has put out there. But essentially, the idea is that Black folks in America, when we say things like it came up earlier, acting ghetto, or the kind of music that we put out, the cultural product, if you will, right? The idea is that really and truly, that was Black folks doing that Black mirroring thing of white culture, low white culture, right? This particular group out of Britain, I think it's the Celts, that they did. They denigrated their women and sang songs, created music that was foul, and and so like to play card games, like the example Soul put in that book there that they mentioned. He talked about like black folks have this like preoccupation with card games, and if you can't play cards, like Joe Biden said, you ain't black and all that kind of stuff. But when you look at those card games, like I said earlier, like those card games are British games. You know what I mean? We didn't come up with that shit. We didn't come up with those rules. So a lot of the degenerate side of Black American culture, I think Thomas Sowell would try to say, is just black folks mirroring a low white culture that has since died out now. And I would add to that, they gravitate to that shit, which is why they spend the most money allegedly on hip hop and all this kind of stuff, right? So it really comes from them. So then I would also ask, well, what is black culture then? Right. So that's the idea, Azuli. So you could, comment to that.
So, like, if I would go with the music, rap was never like that. When rap came out, rap was never a raunchy. So this is, I can agree. Like, rap culture is a cause of the racism that happened. So we could really say that racism created rap. But when rap culture was out, it was never raunchy or like that. So what I would disagree with Saul is that I'm just using rap. When rap first started, rap was not like that. Rap was about having fun, and then also about exposing the political, social, and economical injustice that a lot of brothers face. But then, when it was picking up steam, they purposely infused it with that. So why is Saul not saying that a lot of that culture is promoted on purpose by the dominant culture?
Right.
So why is he just saying that we just picked it up just like that? And number two, why he doesn't want to say is that a lot of those people that are like Harvard educated, the talented 12, they look down on the people, and a lot of them have sold us out. So which makes the ghetto, so-called, quote unquote, look at them sideways, because we equate sometimes education with selling out, because a lot of the people that were educated, they'll sell out the communities, they sell out the community for crumbs. So I'm not gonna say that. I get what he's saying is that a lot of a culture, like the ghetto culture, of course they'd be like, but I don't want to. I don't like them to. I don't.
Azuli, you cut out there. I'm gonna go to gas him up. Gas him up. In addition to the prompt, is Sowell an intellectual mercenary?
He probably is. Again, Soul is pretty much Jesse Lee Peterson with a PhD. These guys get on there. He says things. What did he say? I'm quoting here. The white guy said, "The black people
like."
acted."
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just black people. He said black people were acted upon, or the federal government could fix it. But the federal government is the same institution that initiated and allowed slavery to happen, and black people were acted upon. See, people like Thomas Sowell, Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah. So even though they're maybe right in some instances, a lot of times they're set up in order to excuse the excess of the system and what the white dominant community did. So if you were to sit there and say, what about Tulsa? What about Rosewood? What about the lynchings? What about the segregated places where the schools got less amenities? The so-called separate but equal, but the schools got separate. The school got the school budgets were not the same. If you press them to talk about that, because they try to make it seem as if, after slavery, things were just good and black people were just, and that's not the case. You had sundown towns.
they don't ever press these white boys on these type of conversations, and they don't want to because they'll make excuses. So, Thomas Sowell he is what he is.
I'm gonna say this about it also. Thomas Sowell, he said something. He already told on himself. So what happened in the late 1960s and 70s that destroys the black family? So that was out of nowhere all of a sudden. Because by nature, I think black people are conservative. By nature, we're not liberal. By nature, black people are conservative. It's for the group, betterment of the group than the individual. So what happened in the 1970s, 80s that caused that culture to take a front seat than the conservative culture that we usually know? So he doesn't speak about that. Another thing that he says, oh, we are affected by these but bro, you're affected by this culture. Like, both have bad effects on people because Thomas Sowell is talking about, and he's like, oh, what's the thing? Bring yourself on by your own bootstrap. But that's not an Afro or indigenous people thinking. We are a village raises everybody. So even though, oh, I'm successful, I'm this and that, bro, it's the village that makes you successful, the family unit. So how come he doesn't talk about what happened in the late 1960s that caused this vagabond culture to take so-called, I put it in quote unquote, to take precedent, or not precedent, to take the front row in the black community.
Tell us what happened.
They ship all the jobs away. Crack era hit. All of that happened. The factory workers that could raise a whole family in there couldn't do that no more. They raised the black unemployment for black men went to the roof, which caused social and emotional issues for the black man in his own home. But they don't want to talk about that.
They don't want to talk about the drugs from Nixon's era, the heroin, but more importantly, brother Koku and brother Azuli and brother Mr. Untouchable, what brother Azuli just said, the removing of the factories, where did those factories end up? They ended up in China. That was Nixon going to visit China, and that was the agreement, because H.R. Adelman, who was Nixon's head of chief of staff, said, Nixon said, the problem is the blacks, you just have to target them without them knowing. And so once you remove those factories, the place where labor decided to go, capital decided to move capital away from the United States and go to, China. So same thing with Japan after World War II. When Pan-Africanists and people who keep talking about, oh, Africa can develop and blah, 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 China did it and Japan did it, they don't want to acknowledge that the white man picked them and they were selected to do it. Because before Nixon visited them, what was China doing? Nothing. So it's not like these countries just magically, like Lucky Charms, they're magically delicious. No, they are actively seeked out or sought out and selected by the dominant white structure. And that's what gave the rise. So in a way, one can link the fall of the black community to the rise of China on the global stage. I don't know what you guys think about that.
Interesting.
That's very interesting. And Detroit, for example, was a very booming society for African Americans. They shipped out the jobs and they introduced heroin, drugs, and crack. And they want you to, and brothers like that soul guy will not say this. And this is why people be like, oh, soul. No, why are you not talking about the whole thing? So, like, I get what you're saying, Koku. Like, some of us, we gravitate toward that. But why? We are naturally conservative. Black people are naturally conservative. We are not liberals. So what switch? How come he don't talk about that? That's what I have to say.
Let's go to D-Web. D-Web, what say you to this?
Interesting perspectives, yo. My question is, who forced these people to do crack? Who forced these people to do heroin? You feel me? Who forced you to leave your family? You feel me? Those are conscious choices that you have to make. I don't give a fuck what the situation is in regards to your well-being, you have to make a conscious choice that I'm gonna smoke fucking crack and not take care of my family, or that I'm going to gang bang and not take care of my family. I know. You know what I'm saying? So it's weird in that perspective.
Zuli, you gotta mute your mic because you have a bad echo coming through. Go ahead, D-Web.
And also what we fail to acknowledge when dude was ranting is that in addition to the things they mentioned, he really was alluding to the social safety net programs. And if you know anybody on, I haven't talked with sister earlier that and I know to this day brothers that have to hide they shit in their woman's house because if they find a man is living there, they can't have their Section 8. They can't be under Section 8 anymore. You know what I'm saying? So you have these social safety net programs, which is designed to get the black man out of the program. What he was alluding to was the election of John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was everybody's hero, right? John F. Kennedy instituted a lot of these social safety net programs, which at they face value seemed like they were great, but they were really designed to keep you under the thumb because the person who controls your livelihood, the person who controls whether you live or die and where you live at and your housing situation is actually your master. You feel me? So that's kind of what he was alluding to. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't necessarily alluding to the fact that, cracking it. Now, he was alluding to social safety net programs, and he's a fucking like a libertarian type dude. So he's gonna allude to that. You know what I'm saying? So even if we go to a lot of the social safety net programs, it's more white people on welfare than black people. It's more white people on Section 8 than black people. It's more white people on WIC than black people. You know what I'm saying?
Snap and all that shit.
Yeah, that's not even conducive to us. You feel me? So I also think the dude's interview kind of was a condescending asshole because every time he says something,
yeah.
I'd have slapped him. But but that's what. And even if you want to go to like, all right, let's say from 1880 through the Reconstruction era through, let's say, the beginning of the Civil Rights era, you still had a majority, despite being bottom of the barrel in terms of financial situations, you still had a majority of black families or higher percentage of black families being a two-parent household, as opposed to 2022, which 2022 was supposed to make so much progress where you actually have the bottom of the barrel in terms of two-parent households. You know what I'm saying? And we already know the difference it makes when you have a father and a mother in a household as opposed to just a single parent household. So to me, you have to kind of weigh the benefits of this individual mindset versus this village to raise a child mindset. Even to have a village, you still need a damn father in the fucking household, right? You still need a two-parent household, right? So you can have a village all you want, but we don't have the basic tenets of the nuclear family. Then so that's where the debate lies at to me. So that's I think what he's talking about in the terms of the black redneck culture is us succumbing to this the thing they have here where we're more so the woe is me mindset, the victimhood mentality is what I think he was referring to.
Anyway, before I go to Mr. Untouchable, let me ask you really quickly. Do you know, 'cause I've never heard what the justification was or is in that welfare thing where men can't be in the household. What's on the books for that? What's the justification for that rule?
Because you have to account for the incomes. Also, if the man is in the household, it has to be these programs are intended for single mothers, right? So if it's a man household, that man either has to be on child support or he can't be, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, these social safety net programs are intended for single mothers by themselves. So if there's a man there, he has to be earning a certain amount of income for you to qualify. Like you can't even qualify for it because it's like, yo, you got a dude here, you know what I'm saying? So it's supposed to be two income households. I've even myself, I like accidentally went to a place where it's like supposed to be like low income housing, but it was a suburb, so I didn't really understand it. But I went to go to these apartments, which I thought was regular apartments, and I wasn't making no crazy amount of money, man. And I went there and they's like, yo, you qualify for more than a family of 4 would be. So the thing is, when you have more people in your household, the threshold, particularly adults, the threshold for the amount of money you can make is lowers. So you having a man there, okay, so the threshold was 20,000. You have a man here now, it's 40,000 or it's 50,000. You know what I'm saying? So they don't qualify for that program anymore.
That's the government basically saying we ain't giving you no money, and you have a big grown man laying up inside the house. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mr. Untouchable, what is Black redneck culture? First, to begin with, let's talk about that, and then let's talk about, is Sowell an intellectual mercenary?
Well, okay, so I'll limit it to the questions. So when I read or listened to some of the audiobook of Black redneck culture, what he was saying is that the immigrants that came from England and Ireland and Scotland, when they came to the United States of America, and when they participated in the slave trade, they came with certain ideas in their head. The culture of like dissing. You diss me, and I gonna kill you. This culture of even in the language itself. The languages that they came with. It kind of was infused with the people who they was in charge of and the people who they own. So a lot of the isms, a lot of the Black isms, as far as the language that some of us currently speak to this day, we really inherited from their culture, and different other nuances in the book that I could get into. But that's what he referred to as Black redneck culture, because it didn't necessarily come from completely from Africa. We really inherited a lot of that stuff. You basically saying even in card games from England and from Ireland and from Scotland. And so it's a mix of all these different so-called subcultures that we kind of like took on to ourselves, and there are different changes and different manifestations of it, but we really had ideally kept a lot of these different nuances that existed in these particular areas in Europe. So that's what he really defined as Black redneck culture. As far as him being an intellectual mercer, of course he is. But I would say this too. There are some things that Thomas Sowell talked about that I agree with. I agree with personal responsibility. I agree with that. I agree with the idea of doing for self. I agree with when the man talks about having or qualifying yourself with a skill that people will pay you for. I agree with doing things of that nature. These are things what most men do. That's a responsibility of mine. Where we disagree is where when he talks about the idea of marriage, as if that's the panacea to all wounds that exist in the West, and that I don't believe that to be so. And for instance, he talked about the fact that slaves were married. They had a woman and a man together in a home taking care of a child. But what if those slaves suffered from PTSD? Because we talking about slavery, the mother may have been raped all night, but the fact that she's coming home to a house to take care of her children, what is she going to teach them children? She's suffering from PTSD, let alone the Black slave too, the male slave too. What he had to deal with on a daily occasion, just because of the fact that he comes home at the end of the night and you're seeing a mom and a female and a male. That means they're going to raise a child that is properly formed and has certain intelligence. You're going to have lapses. You have lapses because these people coming into a situation from a very traumatic situation, what I mean, and trying to have this so-called idea of what a family is. And even within our culture, African culture, I would say that this nuclear family is a new invention, because we always had grandma, we always had aunties, we always had different relatives. We used to see and help to grow us up and aiding in growing children up to becoming adults. We always had this idea around us. So this whole premise of the nuclear family, that I feel like that's a new invention. Some of us grew up with our uncles. What we define as family may have been different from what they define as family. But as far as redneck culture, what we inherited, what he debases, this redneck culture is as American as apple pie. because it really is it is these people who in fact develop what America is today. So why you could try to get away from it and pretend to be something else, but at its core, that's what Americanism is. You know what I mean? When you pull away certain things, at its core, that's what it is. That's who built America or helped to build America. You know, in a very big way. So I just think that he leaves out different arguments, whether purposely or not purposely. That's that's needless. That's neither here nor there. But I believe that that this whole bending this whole thing on family and what we define as family, once it's nuclear, everything will be okay. I think that that's being really intellectually dishonest. But he is an intellectual mercenary, though. He is that, though.
You know, interestingly enough, it was through Thomas Sowell that I learned that, there was this phenomenon. It was big. I don't know if it's still big because I don't really hear about weddings and stuff anymore, but there was a time where it was like real big for Black folks, Caribbean and American, to do this jump in the broom thing. And I learned from Sowell that, that's really a Briton thing. That's not really an African thing, as I was led to believe when I was coming up. Does anyone want the last word on this topic? If not, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 tonight. It's the final topic for the night. So let's have some fun with this. This topic came with a video as well. Let's check it out.
All right, it's your girl Kia from Worldviews, and I'm here to tell you how you can start your business in Kenya through our local company, Views of Africa. So we're here on our main page, Worldviews. Click the business tab. Once you click the business tab, it will redirect you to our Views of Africa page. Scroll down to the bottom, and you will find our Views of Africa Business Center. We offer 3 standard business packages. We have our Deluxe, Royal, and VIP.
So they said Black and indigenous groups across Jamaica, Belize, and the Bahamas have formed a coalition as part of a collective for slavery reparations from Britain and to remove the Queen as the head of state in each country. So the Prime Minister of Belize said, we have already passed a resolution on reparations in the National Assembly, believing that some kind of compensation need to be paid. He said how that will be worked out. Well, then we're still just at the initial stages, but we have done that already. We believe that a great injustice was done to our ancestors here in Belize and that somebody needs to be held responsible. And in this case, it will have to be England or the UK as our former colonial masters. Now, some of them have said they want to join with CARICOM with their reparations plan. And I had the chance of reading their reparations plan, and I'm going to go through it with you. Now, I'm understanding why CARICOM here is trying to wedge their way into our reparations fight. I kind of see it now because I'm going to go through the 10-point reparations plan they had, and I'm going to tell you ahead of time, it's shocking. It's shocking. Oh, it's shocking. So let's get to this. Now, I will tell my brothers and sisters in Jamaica, Belize, Bahamas, do not follow the CARICOM 10-point reparations plan. Your brother about to go through it. And this is why we are fighting for reparations, and we telling you reparations is cash payments. But let's get to what CARICOM came up with and why y'all need to reject that before you get screwed on reparations. So here we go. Point number 1. They want an official apology from slave trading nations. What an apology going to do? What apology is going to do? Who cares about an apology? I don't want no apology from these people here. I don't need an apology. What's an apology? That's hot air. That doesn't do nothing for me. That doesn't do nothing for the people. Number two, they say they want support for repatriation and resettlement programs for those that want to live in Africa. Oh, God. Listen, I believe in moving to the continent if that's what you choose to do. I believe in that. It's not reparations, CARICOM, to say you want the UK to support repatriation and resettlement programs of those people that want to live in Africa. You can do that with your own individual governments. That's not reparations. And I'm a big proponent of Africa. And I'm telling you, that's not reparations. Let's go to number three. Creation of Indigenous Peoples Development Program. That's not reparations. That's something that your governments can do on your own, CARICOM. What are you doing? Let's get to number four. Support of Caribbean cultural institutions such as museums and research centers. I'm barely through this. I can't. So you mean to tell me, let's go through it so far. An apology, resettlement programs for people who want to live in Africa, Indigenous Peoples Development Program, and Caribbean cultural institutions such as museums and research centers. That's reparations. If I was the UK, I'd give you everything you're asking for so far. That wouldn't cost me nothing to give you. That's supposed to be reparations? Seriously? Let's continue. Number five, public health programs to address hypertension and type 2 diabetes. Y'all, this is the part of the 10-point reparations plan. Don't y'all got doctors on your own countries to address hypertension and type 2 diabetes in Black people? Don't you got nutritionists that can address that right now? Why is that a reparation for the UK to be getting involved with? Or it gets worse, folks. It gets worse. Number six, creating literacy programs for Black people. I'm just so floored as I continue to read this, because when I read it last night, I lost it. I lost it when I read this. You mean to tell me y'all can't create a literacy program in your own country now? Why is the UK, why would that be a reparation for you? I'm trying to figure that out. Number seven, expansion of knowledge of Africa through cultural and exchange programs. Once again, I'm a big proponent of Africa. I am. You can learn a lot about Africa. Go to Google. You can start. Come to our channel. We talk about Africa all the time. We're going places. We're showing things. You can go and learn on your own. You do not need the UK to create any kind of culture and exchange programs. Y'all can create that. That's not a reparation. Number eight, rehab programs for psychological trauma from slavery and underdevelopment. That's not reparations, folks. You have listed 8 things that has nothing to do with reparations. Number 9, transfer of knowledge of tech and science to Caribbean youth. Once again, that's your responsibility as a government to do that. That's your responsibility. And number 10, reduction of domestic debt and cancellation of international debt. By the time they get to talking about some money, they're talking about cancellation of international debt and reduction of domestic debt. But one thing that this 10-point plan by CARICOM did not do, it did not talk about cash payments to the people. When slavery and colonization happened, they got a mass amount of wealth. It was about money and anything attached to money, gold, the labor they made from the sugar cane and all the different things that they made money from, cotton, anything else that they made money from. It was about cash payments. They didn't get their wealth talking about some program going to Africa. They didn't get their wealth off of no knowledge or no tech and no science. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is ridiculous. CARICOM, you should feel ashamed of yourself for putting this together and talking about that's reparations. See, one thing we not gonna let you do, CARICOM, or any of you, come in here in our reparations fight and talk about this crap that I just read here. That's not reparations. Reparations is wealth. Reparation is cash payments. That's reparations. Those slave masters got cash. Let me tell you something about the UK. Do you know the UK had a reparations plan for slave owners? Do you know that? And that plan actually ended, I think, around 2014, 2015, that black people in the UK's taxes were going to descendants of slave owners. They didn't give them a knowledge of Europe. They didn't give them any kind of literacy programs. They gave them pounds, British pounds. Reparations is cash payments. CARICOM, you need to tear this mess up, throw it away, and I'm just going to be, you can call me arrogant. I'm going to be arrogant right now. You need to listen to Black Americans right now on this fight for reparations. We know what we're talking about. We talking about the grassroots. We're not talking about NCOBRA and all those the Democrat shield organizations that's trying to wedge in everything else but cash payments. No. Reparations is cash payments. If it's not cash payments, it's not reparations, period. The white man got wealth and cash off of black people, and that's what reparations is. It's addressing those problems. In America, how many times have people gotten money for this pain and suffering? Because I hear some of you silly Negroes pop up and saying, well, you know, there's no amount of money to quantify their pain and suffering. It's not enough. Listen, they always going to quantify an amount. Let's look at something like 9/11. They gave them cash payments. We all could say it's not enough for what happened. We all could say that. It's never an amount of money that can replace the lives of those people. We all can agree with that. But they got cash payments. You look at the situation with Sandy Hook. They recently had a $70 million settlement come with that situation, and they end up suing Remington Firearms. What ended up happening? A $70 million judgment, cash payments. No, nothing their amount they give them going to replace those children, right? But it's still cash payments. You're the only one talking about everything else but a cash payment. This is already standard operating procedure for pain and suffering in America and even throughout the West is cash payment for pain and suffering. So anybody that's trying to come up here and undermine what's already in the norm, then you own some nefarious reasons. And black folk, we got to come hard on the paint on anybody that's trying to speak up in any kind of reparations conversation, talking about anything outside of cash payments. CARICOM, you can mess up your reparations if you want, but you ain't about to come over here and mess up ours. I'm telling you right now. And that's why you were trying to wedge yourself and saying it's not right when black folks over here said, no, it's based on lineage here. Well, it's not right. Oh, now you see it's a good idea. Well, maybe you need to go change your reparations plan up and just say reparations is cash payments and we need that. Period. All this other stuff you talking about in your 10-point plan, that's something you can do in your nations just by the government. That's not reparations. And that's not those people's responsibility either to go do all that for you. Why should they do all that for you? No, get the reparations. You can create whatever program you want. If people want to go back to the African continent, cool. Let them get their reparations and so they can go buy their house or whatever else, land or anything else they're going to buy. But they need their cash payments. They need that. Black people all over the world, anywhere that the British Empire had colonized, you need your cash payment. South Africans, you are in the Commonwealth too, a Commonwealth country. You need to be talking about reparations. Kenya, you could be talking about reparations. You know, people in Hong Kong could talk about reparations too. People in India could be talking about reparations too. I believe it needs to be a global movement about reparations, definitely for black people, but anywhere that the British Empire had colonized, you could talk about reparations. Put the pressure on them. They got it. They got it. They need to pay that. And you want to be real, the British owe black Americans reparations because it wasn't no America in 1619. America didn't start to 1776. So from 1619 all the way to 1776, the British had my ancestors enslaved. So the UK, you owe my ancestors reparations too. Let's call that what it is. It's not just the American government, it's you too. So we all got a claim against Britain about reparations. Yeah, we need our reparations, Britain. We need that too. Because don't just call out the American government when Britain enslaved our ancestors first. Well, y'all let me know, with some class participation. Leaving your comments what you think about this reparations plan that's garbage by CARICOM. And we have to all start applying pressure to these governments. Like say, don't let Britain escape, because they actually more responsible for the slavery in a lot of nations, way more than just the US. Britain was horrible on the colonization, what they did to people. And they owe reparations big time to a lot of people. They owe that. And make sure in your participation in the class, click that like button. We trying to.
Yes, indeed. I guess Phil is still making videos. I haven't seen Phil in a minute, a few years, I would say. We got a confo in the chat saying not at all. He doesn't support it. He says, yeah, Phil is still working. A confo goes on to say the only reparation, in my opinion, is end racism, white supremacy. The richest black person in the universe is still just a N-word and mistreated by 5-year-old white children. One of the things Phil kept hammering on was these other groups that got reparations. They didn't get things like what's on the CARICOM 10-point plan. They got cash money. But a part of that, too, is because CARICOM is looking to build institutions here. Those folks had institutions already. So cash reparations was what it was, right? But the CARICOM, from what I could tell in their 10-point plan, they're trying to build institutions that take a lot of money to build. And so they want the Brits to come in and repair in that way. One other problem with that, too, is what's going to happen. These dudes are going, if they were to ever even agree, which they won't, but they're going to want their rules to it as well. Yeah, we'll build these institutions, but here are the rules for it. Azuliism, you see the prompt. Do you agree with the 10-point reparations plan?
No, I agree with Phil. That whole shit is fucking trash. Throw it in the garbage. And as a matter of fact, I don't want to hear what Phil said is what? All the shit they talking about, they could do that themselves after they get the reparation money. I don't believe reparation is only money. It's land and money. That is embarrassing. What? So you're gonna ask for reparation and you're gonna ask those so-called people to educate your people again? What the heck?
No, I think it's to actually fund the institutions of education, and then we run it. Once you build it, then we take it and we run it.
Why can't you build it? Why can't you build it?
Because of the expenses it is to build all those institutions.
So nah, that sounds like an IMF loan. A word, I'm gonna build it, but you're gonna hire my own people to build the institution. What?
No, well, the difference is you don't have to repair that. So a part of the repair is the demand for how we want to be repaired. And they're saying, from what I gather, they're saying we have these. I gotta mute you because you have too much feedback. They're saying that to build these institutions, you guys will never give us the funds to properly build these institutions. So you guys build it, right? And I don't know if they're denying cash payouts completely, but I believe, if I'm understanding it, not just from this story, but other things I've seen, I think they're saying, build the institution. Thank you, please. We'll take it from here, right? And that's the demands for our repair. Razuli, continue.
Yo, I'm sorry. I agree with Phil on this. Those little things you're talking about, build the institution. So you think you're gonna tell them to build your institution? Who they gonna hire? Your people to build it, or their people are gonna build it? I feel that I don't know who's behind the 10-point plan. Who's behind that? Who's helping them write it? Because this sounds like a bunch of caca to me, and I agree with Phil. What? Building
all right.
An educational system of health, diabetes. What the? Nah, I cannot see this. I don't understand this. Like, give me cash, give me land, and take the debt. We don't owe you nothing anymore. That's what I see. I agree with Phil on this one.
Yeah, they give you cash, but who you spending your cash with? Let's hear from D-Web next. Do you agree with the 10-point plan by CARICOM, or are you agreeing with Phil?
I mean, the plan is trash, but at the same time, like, what the fuck they got to do with Phil? You know, stay in your lane. If that's what CARICOM is advocating for, that ain't got nothing to do with you. To me, I heard a lot of fucking ADOS FBA rhetoric, whereas though your whole agenda is just to bash other black people. You could talk about anything, bro. You could have talked about anything. You talk, you know, it's a whole bunch of Asian people got their ass kicked, ain't got no reparations. How about you go in on them, right? No, but your whole thing was to go in on CARICOM, right? You could have went on anybody. The Philippines got conquered by how many empires? And they raped and pillaged. They had to close a U.S. Marine base in the Philippines because they was raping so many Filipino women. You know what I'm saying? But that doesn't get talked about. You know what I'm saying? You could have went on that. Aren't they owed reparations for that? But no, you chose to go on the CARICOM plan just because you wanted to get views and you also wanted to further the divide. It makes zero sense. You know what I'm saying? It's more this crab in a barrel type mentality. And honestly, it may be unpopular, but I'm not in I think reparations is just like what they call it, like a pyramid scheme. I think it's basically just sliding money from another place. Because honestly, you got conquered. Your people got their ass kicked, and they used you. This has been throughout history. There isn't a people walking the face of the earth that hasn't got their ass kicked, been subject to slavery because they got their ass kicked. This is the nature of people. This is the nature of human beings. Africans have done it. Egyptians have done it. We've done it. We've kicked your ass, and guess what? Hey, Jews, y'all got to work for us for a few hundred years. You know what I'm saying? This is the nature of people. So to me, to sit here and be and whine about why you ain't got nothing because, oh, these people need to up. Why would you expect people to kick your ass to now uplift you? It's the dumbest thing in the world.
Makes no sense.
It makes no sense to me. I'm sitting here in my brain thinking about it as a student of history as to why the people kicked your ass when now I want to give you money outside of maybe a reparation, maybe a stimulus check for them because they know you're going to spend your money with them, or they know they're going to build your institution. They put their own people in there, like Azuli was kind of alluding to. You know what I'm saying? Or they know they IMF loan. Oh, it's a loan until we say it's not a loan anymore. Or okay, you can get this, but we're going to put a base in your country. That's why the United States of America has bases in like over 100 countries. Yet yells about colonialism. You know what I'm saying? And to me, this dude don't even know his history. He's talking about the British started this. Bro, the British started the slavery trade. That to me, I'm done listening to you. I don't got nothing else to say. Portugal don't exist no more, huh?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Portugal is downtown London, I guess.
Big Ben. That's what started the slave trade started. And they was actually one of the first European countries to abolish slavery. Yeah. To keep it a buck with you. I'm not giving no props, but it's history. You know, so to me, this dude's historical and financial literacy is like -1,000. If he was a created character in a video game, his stats would be terrible. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not even listening to what he said. And my final point is slavery was an individual pursuit. You had companies, but it was a capitalist pursuit. Individuals profited from it, who then sold your ancestors to other individuals who profited from them. Go after the individual families, even more so. You can go after the state too as well. But to sit there and say like this whole government is responsible for slavery, you're not going to win that battle in the court system. You know what I'm saying? You have to go about the individual wealth. You have to follow the money. Follow the money. Where does the money go? Which corporations use slave labor? Which families who are now in power had slaves? You know what I'm saying? That's where you're supposed to go to it.
But bro, the president owns slaves. The founders
go after the president. Then go after the president.
No. So what you're saying is that it's an individual. We have to go after. It's in the fabric of the foundation of the country.
Okay, and you got
what do you mean?
Go to my first point, bro. Go back to my first point. You got your ass kicked. Your people got enslaved. The only thing
you lost
begots blood is blood. You can't even, and then you're finna get money from the same people who created the same fake ass fiat financial literacy, bro. IMF. We spoke on this, right?
I get what you're saying, but I'm solidly going on the point of to get reparation. I know nobody's gonna get reparation, but I'm saying if I'm going with what he's talking about, what they're talking about in there, you saying go after but it was the whole thing is in the fabric of those countries.
When you
So,
bought a
how could you choose
it
which
don't
people
matter,
to go
bro.
after?
It's slaves to this day. It's slaves to this day. It is. I don't understand this whole fabric in the country thing you're talking about, because every country, every country uses the bottom to build themselves up. They exploit the bottom to this day in
That's a fact.
2022. So to me, it's like it's a loser argument. If you don't want to be a slave no more, you kill. You Haiti. You from Haiti, bro. What did Haiti do?
They're still slaves, bro, even though they fought.
But Haiti fought, right? They don't got chains. Let's just put it that way. They can be slaves financially, whatever. It's not a person with a chain on their neck and a piece of document saying they own you. You know what I mean? That's what you need to do if you want to get through that. So to me, this whole reparation thing, bro, it's plenty of people right now who are successful who didn't beg their oppressors to give them money. You feel me? And to me, like I said, if you get it, that's great. That's fine. That's cool. I'm not against it. I'm not arguing. I'm not saying, yo, you need to not, but that to be the main brunt of how you attend upon, climbing to the top, upon, getting above your oppressor. To me, that's asinine mentality. If that's your only plan, then you might as well cancel Christmas. Slit your wrist. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
You need to have a bigger plan than that, to me.
A Convo in the chat said to what D Web said earlier. That's very true. Attacking other black people is easy. Phil didn't mention the people back in CARICOM. Let's get to Mr. Untouchable tonight. This is the final prompt again. Thanks everyone who tuned in tonight. Thanks for all the likes and the watch hours. Please share the show or segments of the show with people that you think will get something from it. Mr. Untouchable, do you agree with the 10-point reparations plan CARICOM is proposing?
No, I think the plan is not well thought out. I think it is garbage, and I don't think it is a representation of the sentiments of the people from Belize. I know it ain't from the Bahamas, and I don't think it's from Jamaica either. And I say this: if your intention is to give me cash payouts, pay me in gold. Pay me in gold coin.
I've heard you say that before.
Yeah, something with a store of value to it, so I you don't need to give me the dollars, just give me the coin. But it's interesting that D Web talked about the individuals that participating in slavery. And what's interesting about that is, I've been doing some history, into my own family. And on my mother's side, she is from a place called Roll Town, Exuma. And the person who was responsible for Roll Town, Exuma is an Englishman from Devon. His name was Dennis Rule. Dennis Rule was what used to be in the Americas, as a matter of fact, and he sent 400 of his slaves to Exuma. So there was, I guess you could consider me to be, I guess my ancestors were in the Americas on my mother's side, because he sent 400 of his slaves from the Americas, South Florida, into the Exumas. And what's interesting about him is he never really came to the island of Exuma, never stepped foot on Exuma. But the wealth that I guess Exuma was able to generate, not only there, but in other places, because he was a wealthy man. If you go online right now, his house, and this is in the 1700s, his house is a nice big palatial house still in England right now. So if I was to point to anybody or go after anyone, I would go after him, because I could really, I could identify the person who actually owned my family, well, partially would have had responsibility or ownership of my family members. So it's interesting that he talked about the individuals, because it was a individual enterprise, but the state backed it. The state backed it. But it was an individual enterprise. But it's interesting that he would say that, because, like I say, you could go online right now and see his nice palatial house that still exists from the 1700s in the United Kingdom. But that's what I have on that.
A lot of roles come from Exuma, boy. I went to school with a lot of roles from Exuma, from Black Point, and all that kind of stuff. Roll Town, yeah, and it's funny to think how like those surnames, Like most of the surnames we have, Strawn and you know.
Yeah. My mother's a Strawn, so wasn't sure. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? All that shit is British, man. Like it's unnerving. But I just want to clarify. I'm just clarifying the sentiment for other pieces of information I've read about CARICOM's 10-point plan. The sentiment is that it's expensive to build those institutions, and so that should be. And again, Mr. Untouchable is correct. I don't know if the average Bahamian is thinking anything about no institution building on behalf of the colonizer. But I will say that I think D Webb talks about this a lot. That money payment, I think folks should really think about that, man. Like D Webb talks about that. The pro-black perspective talks about that as well. They could just increase inflation and just wipe you out. After they've given you your payments, like Mr. Untouchable said, consider gold, I guess. Any last words on this topic before we call it a night?
No, I agree wholeheartedly, Mr. Touchable. Gold and land. If you're not talking gold and land, you're talking nonsense. So, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. That's all I got, bro.
All right. I want to thank everyone who was here tonight. The list is too long to go through. A handful is more recent. KW Don 7, Daily Affirmation by Pauline, The Pro-Black Perspective, Marcus McGee, Jay, who's in the chat, Mr. Untouchable's partner who came through, BB Rodriguez, etc. NYC Sports Archives. Thank you all for being here in the chat tonight. Arthrizer as well was here. Mchako was here. Thanks to the guys on the panel. Thanks to Zuli for finally coming through. Thanks to Mr. Untouchable for a lot of these prompts tonight. I hope I did a good job putting them together. The extra prompts that we have, we'll do them next week as a part of Shoot the Breeze, episode number 44, I believe that will be. Let me just check something real quick. I put up a poll in the chat. Let me see if I could see what the poll actually says, what the results are. So let me check it out. So in the chat, the poll says that 88% of you. So the question was, how did you come across the Bitter Medicine podcast? And it seems like 88% of people came here for YouTube, 12% through Twitter, and some other percent through Mr. Untouchable, who I want to thank again for being a part of Shoot the Breeze and actually, inviting people to come through and etc. You know what I want to do? Someone reached out to me to, if I want to talk to Obadele Cambone, and I'm thinking about inviting Cambone to Shoot the Breeze. We'll see. Mr. Untouchable, you want to say something?
Oh, that'd be interesting, man. But we Coco, we build. If the other guys building idiots, we building soldiers. Yeah, that's my intention. You know what I mean? I try to get as much of my like-thinking brothers to these platforms as much as possible. We can disagree, we can debate, but at the end of it, all of us have a proactive kind of edge to us. So, I know I could set it up, you knock it out the park, brother. You know what I mean? Do your thing. So.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to hit you up this week, too. I want to talk to you about something behind the scenes here. Razuli, thanks for coming through. I guess Razuli is gone. But anyway, you guys have a good night.
No, I'm here. No problem. I'm here.
All right. You guys have a good night. I'll see everyone next week. During the week, I should be around Tuesday, hopefully Thursday as well, on the other KWAZ YouTube channel. So you guys be good. I'll see you later. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.